Okay, we'll move on to general business. 2.1, presentation update on FY25 budget. Mr. Ken Hicks.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Monroe, colleagues and community members. Thank you very much for allowing me to continue our conversation from our March 4th board meeting. Is that a little loud? A little bit, sorry. I don't like to listen to myself talk anytime, so I can't tell if it's good, bad, loud, or not. So we're gonna continue the conversation that we had last time. Probably provide a little bit more details. Hopefully, answer some more questions. And I know 2.2 on tonight's agenda is to more formalize and create an action item, kind of summarizing up all the proposals tonight, and hopefully moving forward in that sense. So just to remind us where we're at is that we have an adopted budget limit of around $36 million. We are expecting our May budget revision, $36.5 million. I apologize to the board if probably when we answer questions, this number keeps moving all the time because we keep having conversations about other things that are happening. For example, one thing that was happening when I was here on March 4th, and we were referencing BSA 55-1 from ADE's website, and at that time it had an ADM of 4279, but as you remember from that conversation, in the ADMS 20 report at ADE, it was already down to 4270, and as I ran the report today, it's down to 4267, so that number continues to change. So in general, I try to use just general ballpark numbers just to cover a lot of that little flex or those ebbs and flows of a lot of the inputs and outputs going in and out. So that is a little rough estimate. We're recommending at least a $700,000 DAA transfer, possibly more. We'll talk about that, which would put us up to around $37.2 million. So that is the expenses we don't want to exceed by. Now, I actually think we want to be under that because we want to carry forward. To leave ourselves with zero would be horrible. So we're really looking at moving our expenses down from that. But that's some of the internal goals that we are shooting for and we're talking about. So when this afternoon, for the last almost 2 hours, we've been just talking about strategies and what we think some of the numbers are going to adjust to, what some of the actions we've already done, how much it's made some impact.
Can I interrupt just for a minute? You probably want to use, instead of shop talk, you might want to say when you say DAA.
I'm sorry.
Community would probably like to know what that is. Yeah. District.
Thank you very much. Next time, can you speak into the microphone for everybody when you're asking that question? But yes, I'm sorry, Madam Vice President, members of the board, and community district additional. I'm sorry, I do this a lot, so I apologize. District additional assistance is the capital funding that's provided in the state funding formula. Really provided M&O and capital. We could do whatever we want with both of them. We could 100% transfer all of capital to M&O. We could transfer 100% of M&O to capital and then transfer capital back. It is literally gives us the complete freedom to do however we want with it. So that sounds kind of like crazy. Why is that set up that way? It's because the system's morphed. We used to have soft capital or capital levy that were more specific to what you could spend it on and had limits of what you could transfer, and some of those other, it's all changed now. So we have a complete flexibility to move 100% one way or 100% the other way. So what we're talking about is currently we have a capital budget, a district additional assistance budget of about $3.3 million. It'll go down to about at least 2.6, maybe even a little bit more when we're doing our May budget revision. So that is, we're looking at transferring some of the funds provided for capital. We're going to move them over to our maintenance and operation budget. Thank you very much, Clive. Any questions on?
Okay. Mr. Kenyon?
No.
Ms. Schmidt?
No.
Mr. Cernzioni?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I understand. So the adopted budget that was passed last June and then maybe like finalized in July of 24, is the 36 million. But does that include the kind of, I think it's like 1.1 carryover that, kind of our reserve? Is that included in that?
Madam Vice President, members of the board, are you talking in the M&O carry forward, which was at 1.2 but is only 1 million? So yes, we are making some adjustments of increase in ADM and adjustments to carry forward in each respective funds before we do the transfer.
Okay, so when the adopted budget says 36 million, are we including the reserve, that 1 million? So if we spend all of that, then we will have 0 as the reserve? I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Yeah, so maybe the best way, Madam Vice President, members of the board, to think about it is we're just rebuilding a new budget. Looking at all the inputs. It is not 1.2 million to carry forward. As we talked at the last board meeting, it's closer to $1 million in that sense. So we are going to move it down to $1 million. We're going to take the override. We're going to take the base support level, the revenue control limit, and then we get an additional amount for the Prop 123. And so we'll add all those together. And then we're going to do the district additional assistance transfer, our capital transfer over to get to the 37.2 million. With that, then the question is, do we spend all our money is an expense question, not a budget question. Do we spend up to $37.2 million, which I would say, no, we should not, because you don't want to end the year with 0 carry forward.
Okay, so even with transferring, if we transferred the 700,000 and we spent all of it, 37.2, then we would have 0 carry forward in M&O. So we would have spent the $1 million that we carried forward.
That is correct.
Okay. So the 36.5, is that we think we're going to spend 500,000 more than we had planned in the adopted budget? Is that what that revenue, that new budget limit is?
Madam Vice President, members of the board, 2 different things. Revenues, the budget is one thing, the expenses are a different thing. So we are going to revise our budget, change our carry forward down, increase for the ADM that we didn't budget for. So remember, the budget this year is built on 4,200 basically. So it's higher than that. We're going to pick up that amount. We're going to reduce the carry forward. Then when we look at it, it's now around 36.5. What we're saying is to make sure that we have carry forward, we want to transfer an additional from our district additional assistance over to M&O to make sure we have enough budget balance to cover all of our expenses and have a carry forward.
Okay, but we're not sure what the carry forward is going to be at this time, even with the transfer.
The actual carry forward we will not know officially until the AFR is done and all transfers and our revenue limit will go down. Remember, we talked about the adjustments in our ADM that will happen throughout the year. I think it'll put us at around a $500,000 carry forward, somewhere around there, but that's yet to be determined.
Okay, so less again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Less than the $1 million.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Sorry, less than the previous year.
Yeah.
I should have specified. That DAA revised budget limit. So that's not necessarily what's left. That's just what we were able to spend this year on using that fund, right? Because now you're transferring 700,000. You said it was 3.3 originally in the adopted budget. Okay.
So, Madam Vice President, members of the board, just to be clear, if we wanted to have a $2 million carry forward, we could drain all of our cash funds and do some journal entries and move things around. I would not think that's prudent. So we're balancing everything and looking at everything we have and coming up with a good strategic plan that kind of lands a soft runway on everything through this year, also knowing that we're going to be working on cuts for next year to bring those under control too.
So just to make sure, so when you say budget limit, that's just the most we would possibly have available to spend, not what we were planning on spending.
Madam Vice President, members of the board, in M&O, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other follow-ups? I apologize. Okay, thank you.
So just to summarize, a little bit of what's been going on is We continue to close purchase orders, so I know we had spring break last week, but working with Miss Williams and Miss Mosher, sorry. I always call her Crystal. On the last day of Thursday, because I know we got a budget report on Wednesday, and I think I freaked out to a lot of people saying, hey, are we doing any work in closing and reducing some POs? Because it was going in the other direction, and I appreciate the urgency that they started going through and working, opening up, going through different DACs, different departments, and looking at the open POs and starting to close some. Some of them are very simple that we talked about before. You might have a $200,000 PO, and through March you have only spent 20 grand. Double check. Normally a lot of it's progress billing. You're not going to spend another $180,000 between now and the end of the year. So those are easy to reduce down to $40,000 or $50,000. They did that, so I appreciate that, to start closing and freeing up encumbrances, and that does not mean allow budget capacity so people could enter new recs to respend the money we just closed in that. We also have closed the vacant positions, and that, although that has not, as we've computed all year and done a few of our payroll processes a little extra to see how much that's freed up, that did not free up any money for full transparency. That's okay. Not everything may have been fully encumbered, and so it fully encumbered, when you compute all year, it takes every pay period and everything that's in visions and will calculate and encumber it out, salaries and benefits. I don't know when the last time they did it, if they've done it at all this year, so it might have re-encumbered things and then reduced some things, so we kind of had a net not really moving anyway. So we thought that might have freed up some money, it did not. But we know that closing the vacant positions and with a hiring freeze, meaning that it has to come back through cabinet before anything's approved, will at least not make sure that that number keeps a moving target and getting worse. And so I feel like, from bad terms, and I don't mean to use this, like stop the bleeding, address that first, and then go after the source, which is after closing the POs, doing the revisions, doing the journal entries that I'll talk about in a second, and then transferring the money this year is how we will get through. So early on, I think I communicated to the board about I saw clear paths of how to do that, and that's because when I looked at 5 or 6 funds that were easy to use, you had hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in each of those funds. I saw that you could pick up some budget capacity. I saw that capital had very little expenses against it versus budget, so you could transfer that money. So between the 3 or 4 things of doing, I saw us getting through this year very easy. And so that's part of why when I have been saying there's a strategic path to get through that. It's a combination of 3 or 4 things. It's not one thing. And remember, there's lots of things that probably got us into this situation. One, overestimating growth, probably giving raises, probably hiring people. There's a combination of multiple things of how we got where we are. Be that as it may, we got to deal with what it is, and we have to identify and put in place a plan to make sure that we end this year with carry forward. And that's what this is. Questions?
Mr. Kenyon?
Nope.
Ms. Schmidt?
No.
You know, a little bit of my concern, with closing purchase orders is, staff, schools were like, you can't buy supplies. And, I feel like I, kind of surfaced this a little bit at the last meeting. Like, my concern is, are we creating a kind of a false sense of security? Because we really can't tell our schools, I know they said, well, you can use different funds, but as we kind of get into the discussion later on, I don't want our schools, who I don't think necessarily got us into this position, to they didn't overspend, to then feel it, and certainly our students with, supplies and things like that. So that's my concern with like closing all of the POs. And just in general, my concern is that we're still going into the reserve. We're basically transferring money from capital to have a reserve. So we've spent the $1 million. And I just, I was hoping that we'd find some other ways. So I'm curious to hear, your adjustments, that part to help me understand how we're gonna make those adjustments, so.
So, Madam Vice President, members of the board, we really shied away from schools. I don't know how many you went into, but we went to departments. That is who has the large balance to outsource and do other things or to contract with them. So I'm not sure that we hit any schools. A little bit. So we did hit the schools a little bit. We tried to avoid them as much as possible. Yeah, agree. I think none of us should be doing this. I mean, I don't want to do it to anybody. I don't want to say no to anybody. But it also means that just because we close a PO, it is literally the click of a button to open the PO back up. It is go in divisions and you just click open from closed. And it was just one button to close it. We could do that. We could reverse that. Some of them were just reductions in PO. So if they come back and make a strong argument, okay.
I can share what we did, if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Good evening. What we kind of used as a basis was a lot of these POs we opened at the beginning of the year. Say some of the schools had some POs for a set amount. They thought they might spend $5,000 on basic office supplies or classroom supplies. But we're very far in the year now, and they've only spent $1,000. So we did look at that. We didn't necessarily close them and say you can't have any more at all. It was let's reduce it down so you can get a little bit more for the rest of the year. The other thing we did is we let them know that we're going to work with them for alternative funding, like you said. And also, we're not just saying you can't order anything. It's let's review the orders as they come in. So if your PO you were intending to use has been closed, let's just do a one-time PO now so we can evaluate one purchase at a time instead of just having an open PO where they can spend and order things. So if that helps.
Thank you.
And Madam Vice President, members of the board, I actually appreciate their efforts in this because it's not, we understand everybody is in difficult positions, but we also want some urgency so people to feel it and understand it so we're all living in it because we're all part of the solution. It's, if we just make lots of choices without including our stakeholders, mainly the staff and employees, they're all going to leave. We don't want anybody to leave. We're creating stress in their lives right now, some uncertainty. We want to create as much certainty, and I know that I probably don't add to it because I talk really blatantly or very cavalier about some of it. Does that mean that we don't have amazing people doing amazing things? We do have amazing people doing it. And anything and everything we're doing, we're trying not to create a lot of stress because there's a reality out there and there's morale and are people signing contracts to come back and we're trying to decide if we want to offer them a contract. They might not want to come back. We're balancing everything. It's the reality of what we're doing and we're trying to do the best job possible.
Okay, thank you.
So I did just want to highlight, this was the projected M&O expenses. So pretty much every time I show up, I ask them to run me a B&E just by total. I'm not looking at details of anything. I just want to know what it is, where we're at. So when we say that we're looking to get our expenses down to maybe a revised budget limit of 37.2, and our current expenses are 37.7. Yes, we have to do some journal entries. We have to do some more work. I think we might have freed up about $200,000 or $300,000 from this, so this will go down a little bit. But as you can see, the capital is at right now expenses encumbrance 1.4 million. So with a $3.3 million budget, even if we overestimated the carry forward, which we did, so maybe the budget's down, even at 2.6, we could transfer 700,000 and there'll still be $500,000 to carry forward in capital in our DA. So we're looking at all the balances. We're looking at what it does. Does it make next year harder or worse? And so we're trying to balance all that. So this is just really a quick little check to see prior to any adjustments, here's where we're at.
Any questions? Okay, and so just, for clarity purposes, so right now, our expenses and encumbrances are 37.7, and the goal is to get it 36.5, roughly.
I'd like it as low as possible
Okay.
to give us as much carry forward as possible, but yeah, and so yes, I use round numbers. I round things up and down to just try to get it because the actual details will flesh out will be a little different, but yes, we're trying to get in that 36.5.
So
Or-
it's about 1.2.
Yeah, a little bit, yes, sorry. Instead of the 37.2. Thank you for clarifying, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Here's where we started going through a lot of the funds, a lot of the fund balances, and seeing where we had flexibility. And so I know one of the questions the board had, I think, was give us the details of exactly how much in each fund. I don't want to do that because I want flexibility between funds, and if the, if we say, hey, we're gonna do 100,000 of classroom site fund, and maybe we could do 200,000, we do have to investigate because there's supplanting rules. And so some of these are not very quickly of just do a quick journal entry and move A into B and get it out of M&O. Some of it we have to do research and investigation. We've started doing some of it, but we still got lots more to do. So do I know that there's a couple 100,000 in classroom site fund, 100,000 in instructional improvement? Civic Center, that is our facility rental. We actually, when we looked at the expenses, there was no expenses, but there were revenues. And so we said, are you renting your facilities? They said yes. But the people that are making sure they're open and using are having expenses that are coming out of M&O, and they should be coming out of Civic Center. So some of these are just logical things where the fund, where the activity is happening, should be bearing the cost of the activity. And so this would be moving those direct expenses out of M&O and into Civic Center. The home development is our donations, home developer donations that we receive, and I believe we're somewhere around $600,000 in that fund. That is for just growth in general. And so it's our own internal rules of what we have in how to use those funds and being good stewards of it. It is one-time money, but a lot of times when you have development agreements that produce some revenue from the developers, it is used to satisfy growth. That is why you're asking for the money. That's why you should be using the money. So anything growth related. Indirect costs, that's our indirect cost fund that we could be charging off, and I think we charge off some. We identified we think we could charge off a little bit, and what that essentially is that maybe we'll just use some federal funds, some title funds. Their budget might be X. And to process that, you have some HR people, you have some purchasing people, you have payroll people. Everybody's doing a little bit of work for this fund, but they're not getting billed directly. We're not journal entering 1/8 of their position or anything into it. And so what you do is you charge an indirect cost rate for overhead. It has to be approved by ADE. You take that indirect cost rate and you take it off the top of those funds, and then you move it into the indirect cost fund, and then you could pay it for, a lot of times, very traditional, to spend it on district office expenses. And so we're looking to maximize that and then move some of those costs, a couple $100,000 into indirect. And then MIPS is the conversation we had last year, which is the last meeting, the March 4th meeting, not even your last meeting, sorry, the March 4th meeting. And that's our Medicaid and public schools, and that is a reimbursable fund. So that is, we provide certain services that eligible students get the eligible services provided. Once we provide those services, we get reimbursement from the feds through the state, which is access. And we could use that on any M&O-like expense. Cannot use it for capital, so it's not use it on anything. Indirect costs, we could also use it for capital. Home development, the developer donations, we could use it for M&O capital. Civic Center can be M&O capital. So we have fluctuation with a lot of these funds, and really what we're looking at is around 940, but it might be up to $1 million. We were looking in, talking through some of the journal entries, is really, we just like to say, we're gonna move between 940 and $1 million of expenses out of M&O into these other funds that are the most eligible and most appropriate possible. And so that is what, this is really just giving a good general outline so that you can see, here's our plan for our journal entries.
Questions? So I'm just, processing along with everybody else, and I process out loud. So if you have, we'll round up to make the numbers easier. If we have $1 million in adjustments, then that brings kind of our expenses and encumbrances to 36.6, and if we made the transfer, then that leaves us, I'm just, processing out loud, around 500,000 for carry forward. Okay.
Madam Vice President, members of the board, that's about the math I was doing in my head too. So yes, and it could be a little different. I'm
not holding you to it.
It could turn out to be 6 or 7. It could be 450 or something, that plan. I will say it's an interesting conversation, because if you look at your fund balance report and a lot of those funds and some of the balances, and I think I threw out, we'll still have about $2 million in classroom site fund. You'll still have $500,000 in instruction. Civic Center, you have $500,000, home developer, 400 indirect, 750, 800. You still have a few million left in other funds. Literally, if the board told me, here's what I want our carry forward to be, I could do the journal entries to get that carry forward to almost any number you say right now. So sometimes as we're talking the exercise of I want this carry forward X, Y, or Z, without looking the whole picture, I could move expenses all around. So really, so I do like the exercise of this meeting and getting through and getting the board's blessing of here's our strategic plan of what we're looking to do. We are going to journal entry $1 million. I could move $2 million. Do we want that kind of carry forward? What would that do? That would deplete a lot of those funds. Is that very prudent in that sense? I don't think it is. And so this is us coming together with what we think is the best possible solution, the best we could do, with everything paying a little bit, paying into it a little bit, and then doing what's best, what we think is for the district this year to set us up for next year. So I know we've already kind of talked over and over closing the purchase orders, but I do think your little summary there kind of hit it on the head, which is the million in journal entries, the transfer DAA around $700,000 over is the two biggest crucial things, along with closing the POs, freezing the positions, making anything can be undone, can be appealed to cabinet and or superintendent to say, we really need this, and then make the case for that. But between those four things that we're doing, that is our path to landing this year with a carry forward.
Questions or kind of comments, I guess, about FY25. Mr. Kenyon.
Not so much questions, more a thank you for diving into this, because obviously this is something that's important. We need to get this figured out. And for this, we're just basically getting a handle on the rest of this year, get some stability, finish out the year, and then obviously we'll be talking about the next fiscal year here shortly. But thank you for the work your team has done on this. Thank you, because there's a lot going into it, behind the scenes. We know, even though we don't see it, we know.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, members of the board. I would like to thank Crystal and Becky, because they actually do all the work. They're feeding. I come in and just say a few things, look for 2-3 hours, and then move on. So I do appreciate the people that are actually doing the work. And the superintendent's going to have to hold a hard line on some of this. And so I appreciate everybody's efforts involved. Even Clyde has jumped in on a few things. Thank you, Clyde.
Ms. Schmidt.
I'd like to also thank you for the work that you've done. A question about the carryover number. I know that you said you could have it be whatever we wanted it to be, and what is the benefit of keeping it at 500,000 versus 750 versus 250? Like, if we can kind of move that goalpost anywhere we want it, what is the benefit of having that as sort of our goal?
Madam Vice President, members of the board, that is an excellent question. Why should we have carry forward? Why shouldn't we spend every dollar that we get on the students that are here today? And really, the world changed about 8 years ago when the legislature switched from prior year funding to current year funding and created instability within all school districts. And what that meant was, at that time, they also said you could not carry forward more than 4%, so you had a maximum you could carry forward. They changed that and said there's no limit now. And so most schools at that time, most districts, had to pivot and start increasing their carry forward to cover the instability of anything that could happen. And you had to, because before there was a floor that your budget would never go below X. When the law changed and said your budget's rebuilt every single year, maybe every budget revision, as we do a budget revision, we're rebuilding the budget. That's happening every time. So everybody moved to at least 4% and maybe moving towards 10%. I think I mentioned out there 10% is kind of like a standard out there that a lot of people are trying to get to. And that is just for the instability of maybe we were budgeting to hire everybody in at step 3 and everybody came in at step 7. And so the cost came way up. Maybe we thought we'd have 4,300 kids and only 4,200 kids show up. So, and covering for any time all of those happen at once. And so I do think we need to be as conservative as possible. I think that part of what makes this a good plan going into next year It's because we're making cuts for next year. If we were doing this and not doing subsequent cuts for next year, we'd be burning one-time funds to get through and setting us up in a position that we're going to overspend again. What are we going to do on that? So we're going into next year with the next, I think 2.4, going into the agenda item 2.4, of looking at our plan to how can we reduce those expenses. And that puts us on better firm footing to get us through this year and set us up for next year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Cirincione.
Oh yes, also, thank you for all the hard work you guys are doing. I don't want to like ease up on this, but there was some good news I feel like brought into this, but we can't just take it for granted, right, and like let up what we're doing. One thing that's important on here, I think you mentioned it too, was like with the reopen stuff, the superintendent in your cabinet, and like keeping that hard line. I know it's gonna be tough, and everybody that brings something up is gonna be an emergency to them, but we got to make sure that we really weigh it out and decide what's important to open back up at this time and what's not.
I agree.
You know, I have to say, I guess I'm surprised that we aren't going to be able to move forward with the million carryover. I didn't realize that we had really kind of already dipped into that. And I know that you're saying we can move it around. I know. But the fact is that we overspent an M&O again, you know, and that is my big concern is where, you know, and why I appreciate Becky gave me the comparison, because I think it's so important that we look at where did we overspend. Because I think, you know, right now we're just trying to kind of survive this year and make the adjustments. And I think it's important to like look at the root cause, because I don't know how we're not going to get in this position again if we don't look at where we budgeted and we overspent in categories, or where they've jumped significantly. And you know, I'm just going to use plant operations as an example. That in 2 years, it's 1.6 million more than we spent in FY23. So I think those are the things that we really need to look at, because as you said, the instability. I think the instability in education funding is at an all-time high with the current climate and the possible closure of the Department of Education. And I read an update that said hopefully Title I funds won't be affected next year, but for fiscal year 27 we don't know. So for me as a board member, it feels super scary to go in with 500,000 when I looked at the other districts around us. Most of them are between like 5 and 10 million in their reserve. I mean, that's a very different position than us. So I don't know that it's a benefit to kind of just move the funds just to say we have carry forward. I'm not sure that I think that that's beneficial, because as other board members have pointed out, we could do that at any moment, right? We don't, it's just a number at this point. But if there is any other, I appreciate all the work that you're doing, and Crystal's having to pinch hit again for a second year during the budget season. If there's any other things that we could cut this year to allow us, any other positions or things, we didn't end up with a savings from Natasha Camp leaving, in the middle of the year. That didn't, her salary that isn't being replaced, we didn't end up with.
Madam Vice President,
okay.
members of the board, when we compute all year, it calculates all of that, and we've closed the position. Our numbers are what that numbers are. So it may have, but something else might have replaced it. Every time we do a payroll and there's overtime, it's going to add to this number, because that was not budgeted in the Vision's payroll system. So we're trying to keep a lid on everything. So I appreciate the urgency. I would also just, so I gave you all a sheet. It is completely incomplete, and I apologize, it should be in color, my bad. But one thing I wanted to do is, I think one of the things that I heard was, how can we get some better regular updates? And just talking with Dr. Monroe about what he's done in previous districts, what I've done in my previous districts. This is a little sample of it. And it is, in the top portion, you have budget controlled funds, and the bottom you have cash controlled funds. And so I have not filled it out completely. I only had about 45 minutes to work on it. We were working on board questions. And so we did not have time to fully work on this report because we were working on questions and preparing for this meeting. But this will be something we'll get completed and filled out for that month, through that month, so it's year to date. And then you can see there's encumbrances on it, so you'll be able to see whether it's salaries, benefits, purchase service, supplies, property, debt service, other, where the expense, where the encumbrances are, and then how that relates to what that is against our budget on budget control funds, and how that impacts what our cash controlled funds are. And you see our cash controlled funds, those are all the cash carry forwards. So all the numbers that are on this are accurate, except for it's just not very complete at all because I was just in the middle of it and did not get it completely finished. This is something I think, talking with Dr. Monroe, we'd like to put on board meetings.
We'd like to come up with a form that the board's really comfortable with and we can all educate each other on, and then bring this to the board every month at a board meeting. So it's we're constantly looking at it, vigilant. The board can say, hey, in 570, why does 570 look like that? Why did the amount go up? And just bring that every month as kind of a standing agenda item. So we're trying to come up with a form that's real comfortable, not too busy, on one page as a good summary to put in front of the board and present publicly.
I'm really happy to hear that because I had been thinking about when I look at the vouchers and it kind of tells me how much, we're spending on each fund, but I don't have the comparison to the overall budget. And so I was thinking of something very similar. So I think that would be excellent.
And we'll come up with a format and you guys can kind of pick it apart, but we don't want to give a 10-page booklet every time. We want to have something at a glance that just makes sense. And then the board can say, hey, Crystal, or can you tell me about this? Or why is this? Why is that? So we're working on that form, and hopefully that'll just be one of the standing board agenda items for the board to review at every board meeting.
Okay, if there are no other questions, we'll go ahead and move on to item 2.2, which is discussion consideration of the administration's proposed strategy to complete the 24-25 fiscal year budget. Dr. Monroe.
Yeah, Vice President Zimmerman, members of the board. So I'm going to kind of do my best. You guys can elbow me or to summarize kind of the 4 points that we would ask for the board to kind of have a vote moving forward as far as what our strategy is that Mr. Hicks just went over. So I like to make things real simple. So it's 4 things. Number 1 is we are closing and reducing our purchase orders for the rest of this year, as you've seen. Those can be undone. We're trying to communicate with school offices and departments. They can always call Crystal on things, but that's the first one that we're doing. We're to 8 or 9 weeks of school left, and then the fiscal year is coming to an end in June. The second thing is the hiring freeze for the rest of this year. It's not to say we're not hiring for the next year, positions and such, but for this current year, any exceptions are brought to the board, and we'll bring those to the cabinet. I don't even want to come up with something as an example. I'm just thinking if there's something safety related or what have you. But to your guys' point, we need to have a very hard line on that, on those hires. The third thing is utilizing some of those journal entries, basically accounting into another account. I think you said I think we talked about $900,000 to $1 million. The classroom site fund, the instructional improvement fund, civic center, home development, indirect cost, and then MIPS. MIPS or Medicaid. You use those interchangeably. And then the fourth one would be the transfer of around $700,000 of district additional assistance into the M&O, which is some of our capital funding. So those are the 4. You have closing and reducing purchase orders, a hiring freeze, some journal entries into those other 5 or 6 accounts, and then the transfer of DAA into M&O, anywhere between 700,000 or maybe it's a little more, depending on what the board thinks. But that would be the strategy moving forward. So if there's a motion made, I don't know if someone wants to just say as presented instead of all those 4 things, but that's why the purpose of 2.2 is here for the board to kind of bless that strategy, so we can kind of hold the line and continue forward for this year.
Okay, questions or comments? Mr. Kenyon.
Again, thank you for this. I think, especially looking at those journal entries, making sure that the appropriate funds are being used for these payouts instead of just everything come from M&O is good housekeeping, you know, it gets things right where they should be as much as we can. I'm okay with the 700,000 being used, that number being used to help get us to where we need to be and have just that little buffer room of if unexpected things, like you said, Mr. Hicks, this is budgeting, it's not spending,
Yeah.
right? It's not expenditure, so those could fluctuate. So we always give yourself a little buffer room whenever you're making a budget, so I'm okay with that, thank you.
Ms. Schmidt?
I would agree with Mr. Kenyon. I would say, you know, and I think we've already discussed this and everybody knows it, but just to continue looking for places to save money, so the least that we, you know, if we have more left over at the end of the year, that'd be better, right? So while these are great strategies and it's good we're moving in the right direction, like we should not stop at this. We should continue to find places to save.
Mr. Sorrentioni?
Oh, yeah. So transferring the 700K out of the, was it DAA? So DAA and M&O, those are whatever you can spend in one, you can spend in the other, right? So like if we move the 700K, we don't have anything earmarked in the DAA that we could possibly end up encumbered more than we expected. Is that correct?
Madam
Ish.
President, or Madam Vice President, members of the board, yeah, there was a little statement at the beginning, you made it a little incorrectly, but yes, we can move the money back and forth. There'll be no expenses that are tied to any budget transfer. We can just transfer, the expenses are where they are, and they need to be spent in the appropriate fund, two separate funds for two different reasons, and we'll leave enough in each fund to make sure they cover all the expenses.
So there is expenses that can only come out of DAA?
Madam Vice President, members of the board, absolutely. So DAA is a different way of saying capital. We used to call it capital.
Okay.
It's just changed. So brick and mortar, things that last more than a year. So a supply, you can spend some on supplies in capital, but unless it's a capital supply, you can't. It's going to be consumed that year, and so a supply is M&O. M&O, daily things, capital, more fixed long-term things.
Okay, and then the other question was, and I don't know if it's just a answer I'm not understanding, but it says utilize journal entries. So is transferring the 7K, is that the same as utilizing the journal entry?
Madam Vice President, members of the board, great question. So no, when we utilize journal entries, we're going to take the expense that happened in M&O, and we're going to do a reverse journal entry. So say we spent 60 grand in that fund, we're going to reverse it and put it down to zero, and then move that equal expense into another fund. So it looks like it never happened in M&O.
Okay.
And that's different than transferring the budget limit. So one, we're talking about expenses, one, we're talking about the budget limit. And so one, we're going to transfer the limit from capital over to M&O, and then we're going to transfer expenses out of M&O to a different fund.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good question.
Do you happen to know or be able to look up quickly what our DAA carry forward was from fiscal year 24?
So we had budgeted, Madam Vice President, members of the board, on the adopted budget, we put in $1.9 million, but the actual was closer to $900,000. So we're only going to carry forward $900,000 instead of $2 million. Another good reason why we have December budget revisions, because you got to refine that. And then it generates around 2.4 million. So the 2.4 million plus the 900,000 is the $3.3 million that was presented up there.
Okay, so we also spent around $1 million in carry forward in addition to the revenue for DAA that we got this year. Is that an accurate statement?
Madam
No.
Vice President, member of the board, last year. So this is carry forward coming into this year. So if we were budgeting to have 1.9 million come into this year, means that we were underspending it in the previous year, and that did not happen. And remember, you're making estimates based back in end of May to understand what your actual expenses are. They were obviously higher, or the budget could have been reduced, either one of the two. This was the official amount coming from ADE after they evaluate our budget and expenses from the AFR.
Okay, so in the AFR, so not the adopted fiscal year 24, but the AFR, you know, the final budget, we had 1.9 carry forward in DAA.
Madam Vice President, members of the board, we budgeted in this year's budget to have 1.9 million added to the amount we generate this year.
Okay,
The actual expenses from the 24 AFR showed that we spent more than what we were planning from the estimate we put in the proposed budget. And so the actual gets replaced with estimates, and that came down. So yes, it came down from 1.9 down to 1 million, or 900,000.
Okay. And then the what we think we will kind of carry forward in DAA is 500,000.
Madam Vice President, members of the board, as you saw, our actual expenditures per the encumbrances is $1.4 million. We generate about 2.3, 2.4, and then with the 900 carry forward, we have 3.3 million. So that is us transferring that out, getting that over, and we'll still have a carry forward, a good sizable carry forward in capital.
Okay. I agree with Ms. Schmidt that, although, we've kind of figured it out, I think, as much as we can, if there's things that we can do, because, I am certainly concerned going forward with very little carry forward, and, I think it's just going to put more pressure on us in the next agenda item to make bigger cuts to protect ourselves, essentially. So, if there are no other questions or comments, I'll go ahead and take a motion.
I make a motion to approve the proposed strategy to complete the 24-25 fiscal year budget as proposed.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I'll call for the vote. Mr. Kenyon.
Aye.
Ms. Schmidt.
Aye.
Mr. Cerncioni.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We show that approved 4-0. We'll go ahead and go on to 2.3, presentation update on fiscal year 26 budget. Mr. Ken Hicks.
Madam Vice President, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Monroe, colleagues and community members, thank you very much for all the work we've done so far, but that is just getting us through this year. And so here's just, and I'm really, I'll go through it all, but I know there was some work done with the community input and some board doing some input, and so we have more activities, but I just wanted to kind of summarize kind of some of where we are. Obviously, would like to thank everybody for their help, Crystal and Becky on the front end, and not waiting until somebody else thanks them before me. So thank you guys for all your work and effort. So one thing, I think there was a comment made right at the end there, like how do we make sure we don't get into where we are? And some of that is just eyes wide open, where the board is right now, very cognizant of carry forward and very cognizant of ADM. So a budget, because there is no previous year funding and it's now built and standalone every single year, really the foundation of any school district budget limit is the ADM. And so I am a big believer that anytime the board is approving a budget, revising a budget, really needs to know what the average daily membership is that's supporting this budget. And so part of that is why would I say that, is because sometimes, especially growing district, you could throw in there, we're going to grow by 400 or 500 students. Maybe a board member who's been on for a couple of years, or maybe someone that hasn't wants to ask that question about, well, how much did we grow last year? Oh, we grew by 100. So why do we think we're going to grow 500 or 600? So those are good questions, and really the foundation, if you think of all the different funds and all the different areas we get funding, roughly around 85% of all of our funding is derived by the number of students we have. So it is paramount to every budget. So I do like to always throw in what is the average daily membership we're budgeting on. And so our estimates, everything is built on having 4,370. And so right off the bat, you probably did quick math saying, didn't he say last year for this current year, we're looking at 4,267 now? Yes, so that means that we're adding 100 ADM. So there is a little bit of growth in here. So part of why we're in the situation we're in is because of overestimating growth. We do think opening the new school, some of the other trends that are happening, we think the advertising, where we're at, new schools attract kids. We do think 100 is prudent right now, but there's a little risk in it, and just being honest. I am throwing out the BSL, our base support level is based on, right now it's 5,013, so it's going up 100. So this budget is generating just from 100 more per weighted student count times by our student count is probably good $600,000 to $640,000 more just because of that base support level being what it is. Also has an increase because of the number of students, so you multiply it by the students, it's also generating another $500,000+. So almost $1.2 million increase just from those two factors involved right there. We are putting, it does, you could see, I think, I just told you, we have estimated carry forwards. I always estimate a little low, so they're not actually balancing. If you're doing the math from 25 to 26, I assume that all the efforts we do not come in as high and rosy as we think. And so I start planning for a little bit less carry forward in both of those. And so both funds probably have closer to $400,000 carry forward in them from that standpoint. So, but we also have in our M&O budget limit, our override is based on the previous year's ADM, and so we know this year it went up by 70 some ADM. It's going to go, that means it's going to generate additional funding. So our override will also kick in a little bit more money too. So that's a long way of winded of saying, although I'm saying 38 million, one is what we're looking at right here. As we've been going through exercise, you've heard I'm talking, it's just budgeting until we get into the year and know for sure. Nothing's for sure. But that is our projections, and that is what you should be benchmarking off going forward for a proposed budget, adopted budget, budget revision, how and everything. Are we making, as soon as we know that number is or isn't, or is maybe under, or when are we making adjustments to capture that and start spending more money, or making adjustments to reduce budget? As we just learned, the sooner that we find out and the sooner we make adjustments, the lesser impact it has. So as soon as possible, we know whether 4370 is or isn't the right number and make adjustments up or down from that is the best thing possible.
Okay, Mr. Kenyon, questions?
My main question is, right now, is just the presentation that's actually online has a different number there. And I don't know if it's just the old one.
Madam Vice President, members of the board, I am sorry. I know I made a change to that this morning. I did not know it was published online or anything. I thought I could make still little changes prior to today. So if this was published prior to this morning.
But this is the updated correct amount.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. Yep. It's going up. If we want to spend, I mean, remember, this is a budget limit. We do not want to spend to the budget limit. We want carry forward. We want to, so that is not saying, oh my gosh, we get to spend so much more money next year. We're going to pick up a little bit because of inflation and some other things and those factors I mentioned. That is expected at this time, which is 4 or 5 months, a year, 14 months before it actually happens. Thank you very much for calling attention to that.
Ms. Schmidt?
Sorry. Just to clarify, the additional 100 ADM, we're talking, that's being projected based on the new school mostly, or is that growth and the new school? Because where are we getting that 100? I just, after sitting through the last ones and seeing that there was this, we thought we were going to get all these students, and really we didn't get anybody new, and that is putting us in a tough situation right now. Just making sure we're not overestimating growth again. Like, I would always venture to, we think it's going to be 100, let's project 50 so that we're not over projecting and we have more money, and then that's great. We can figure out what to do with that. So,
Madam Vice President, members of the board, this is where you feel comfortable. This is your budget. You guys approved this. So if we think that's too much of a stretch, then I would say let's pull it back. If after the 10th day you see a greater amount, then we can make adjustments at that time.
I just really want to know, where we're coming up with that number from. What are all the things that we looked at to decide that 100 was the number? Because what we used last year wasn't correct. So I just want to make sure we're not doing the same thing over again. And it's always better to underestimate than to overestimate in these things, so.
Madam Vice President, members of the board, absolutely. This was actually me and Dane, when Dane was still here, talking. So I don't know exactly the source of it, and that's okay. If we don't feel comfortable, then we should move it down.
Thank you.
Mr. Cirincione.
All right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was kind of my question is can the board decide to not use that 100 number? Because I also am concerned we haven't grown by that much in at least 2 years, because in fiscal year 24, we gained 3 students. And then this year, 70. And, you know, Dr. Monroe had told the board that the 8th grade class is bigger than the projected kindergarten. So I think you said even as much as 100 kids. So we're projecting that basically we're going to have 200 kids in growth. And I think that, you know, I think it's a high estimate based on, I mean, I'm not applied economics, so, you know, I'm just basing it off of my knowledge of what our previous ADMs for the last 2 years have been, and the knowledge that the kindergarten class is projected to be smaller. And so, similarly, I don't want to be in this position. Again, I'd rather have extra money than not enough. And so, I don't know if that's something, you're already doing the calculation to
Yes,
tell us what 50 would be. Love it. Tell us.
Madam Vice President, members of the board, all just a ballpark number, but really, you get the $5,000 per student. So if we're going to reduce it down
250 instead of 500,000.
with the weighted student count, because it does get weighted, I would cut $325,000 more to cut this in half. And we can cut it even, I mean, it's where the board feels comfortable on this.
And this is and we need to really budget under this as well, because this leaves, if we were to spend this, it would leave us with 0 carry forward, correct? Because this is our budget limit.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So
think-
Madam Vice President, members of the board, just, so we can change that really quickly and easy, but that means that additional cuts going forward, so we're not coming back and doing journal adjustments and moving money
Right.
all over. Means that further in the board meeting, when you're talking more specific about those cuts, means we have to go probably a little further.
Got it.
Okay.
We'll discuss, you know, we'll have everybody give their opinion as we get to that point. Not that I'm not gonna, you know.
Perfect. Now this is, I just wanted to bring back kind of, and sorry, I put this in before I saw the spreadsheet that we're going to kind of actively live go through. So this kind of just summarizes a lot of that. So I don't know that we need to spend a ton of time on that. It's really just re-summarizing in different ways that I think you're more detail on the spreadsheet. Okay. I did see a summary of the public input summary and just read through some of that, and really it was clear to see protect the classrooms, instruction. I think I had to ask what CHAMPS is because I saw CHAMPS in there about that. There was a couple others, reduce Dream Box, and then look at increasing fees for preschool athletics. So all things that should be considered, but I think a lot of the comments, I think I would have guessed what they were, because people care about education in the classroom, so no surprise, and they want their teacher and is harmed as little as possible. What can we do outside of that? So that's really, we got some good affirmations about some of that. And just appreciate, I don't know if Dr. Sloat is in here. There he is in the back. Thank him for his efforts for facilitating a process that really collects everybody for that. So there we go, there's one Dr. Sloat fan. 2, actually, I'm a fan of Dr. Sloat too, so I appreciate all of his efforts. Any question on, I think you guys all got a copy of the summary of the input as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, we'll probably save our discussion for the spreadsheet, but I think I speak for everyone when we appreciate Dr. Sloat as well and his attention to detail and all of the information that he provided us. So I know that all of us appreciate him and his work as well.
All right, going on to the next, just looking at just some of the things that I think I was asking, and I think I saw it as others. Employee groups, are we doing everything all or nothing? If we're talking about a free, so I'm just going to go through a few of them really quick. Stipends. There's been nothing that's been said about stipends. I think I was asked about it a couple times. I would say leave stipends already embedded into our current costs. Don't make any changes to stipends going forward. But I did think somebody asked me that question. Step increases. That's another discussion, because if you're saying what we're doing, if we're going to freeze everybody's salary from this year to next year, do you do the step increase for those people that got to that year that would flip them to the next step, or is everybody exactly frozen where they are, not just for a cost of living increase, but also for the step increase? So I think that's something, those two divergent paths, the board needs to weigh in and provide some guidance on that. I would say, I know, I think just talking with three people now, that everybody asking my opinion how we should do, how much should we cut? We should cut as much as possible, because there's always unforeseen things that happen. I actually would not do a step increase, and I would not do the percentage increase to everybody right now. Growth and some other projections got us into an issue that we have had to use our carry forward and other funds right now. I know that it's very difficult across the state right now, and there are many districts that are looking at zero raise, 1-2% at the most. Very few are doing, probably a handful you could list that are doing more than 2%. The ending of the COVID and ESSER funds had a lot of big impact on that. And so during this time, I would not look at making any of that. And I actually think if we do any of these a little bit here and a little bit there, you only create confusion that we're talking about close vacant, freeze positions, but yet we have enough money to give people raises and stuff like that. I would hold everything. Don't take away, take as little away as possible, but don't take more away just so you can give more. It sometimes creates confusion and other issues. That's just a personal editorial comment. The board obviously can do what they want on that.
I think maybe the board should have a little bit of a discussion here about the step increase, because it's not really in the spreadsheet. And so I think we could bring it into the spreadsheet, but I think, or did I miss it? Is it in the spreadsheet? Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't believe it is.
Okay. And so, for clarity purposes, if, our administration can talk about who gets a step typically and who doesn't.
I can clarify that typically it's our hourly support staff, our exempt support staff, administrators. Those different types of salary schedules get an increase when they hit certain years of service. We've also calculated, because HR has already done the work to figure out who those people are. So salary-wise, it's about $129,000, with benefits tacked onto that, about $180,000 for next year. So we'd have to add that to the budget priorities. If that's something that you didn't want to do, we would add it to the list. If you wanted to leave it alone, then we don't do anything. We have it in the plans right now.
Okay, and to clarify, teachers do not get a step.
No, their salary schedule works differently.
Okay.
Step.
So do we want to have this discussion now, or do we want to add it into, I think just if you have an initial comment about the step, and then we can talk about it when we get to the spreadsheet.
I guess I have one question. It might be a legal thing. Are the step increases part of a contract?
The governing board is in control of that. It's not part of the existing contract with employees. So it would be your decision. I don't know if you have an employee handbook that has steps in it. Does it identify them in the handbook?
Not in the handbook directly. It's on the salary schedule itself, but not in anything like a handbook.
So your employees are aware of a salary schedule that includes steps, but it can be changed by the governing board, legally changed.
Okay, and then I guess the other thing is, when we calculate performance bonuses, is that included in steps too, or just the flat?
It's based on their actual base salary, so not their Prop 301 money or any of that performance pay.
Mr. Kenyon, did you have some question or comment?
Yeah, thank you for bringing this up. If right now we're trying to dig ourselves out of the situation that we're in, and it's not going to be easy. With your recommendation, Mr. Hicks, I'm looking at those numbers. I would like to add that to what we're going to be looking at in a little bit, our Excel spreadsheet, just to see where the board comes on that. Initially, my thought is we do hold off and see what that looks like and what we're gonna have to go. And I would be in favor of, so you said salary would be the 129, and then with benefits would be the 180.
Yes, correct.
So, yeah, looking at the 180.
Ms. Schmidt?
I agree with Mr. Kenyon. I'd like to see that worked in there as a way to, you know, as you said, if teachers are not getting any raises, I think we need to look at that across the board. It would feel wrong to me to not give a teacher a raise, but to give raises to other staff members in the district. We should all be holding everybody at the same level. So I'd like to look at that. Thank you.
If you don't mind, could I just ask a question? So I know we're saying teachers aren't getting any raise, and this necessarily, the step increase isn't necessarily a raise, it's a step increase, right? So teachers, on the other hand, in their contract or in their wage schedule, they do still get kind of that, for their experience, there's a level that they go up. Is that correct?
HR can help if I say anything wrong, but the teachers are given their years of service when they're hired, and they're placed on the salary schedule appropriately with their years of service. The only way their salary increases is when they get an increase in salary. So when we do a 2% raise, they get 2%, but they don't get any more years of service once they're employed.
Oh, that doesn't increase as they're employed.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Swensiani?
Oh, no, I already asked. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I would agree. I cannot, in my good conscience, offer a step increase to certain employees and not to our teachers who are with our students every day. It feels awful already that we cannot give even an inflation kind of increase, and so I would be in support with my other board members that would be added. So
I would agree as well, and I'll just jump in, and I don't know the most apropos place to say this, but I just wanted to communicate to the board as far as the superintendent's performance pay. I agree with the board. I would choose to forego any type of performance pay this year in light of all of the things that all of our employees are experiencing, and so I just wanted to communicate that to the board.
Thank you, Dr. Moon.
okay. Thank you.
So I keep putting this slide on at the end, just kind of reminding everybody what we're doing, but really this conversation that the board having is the most important, and so just remind, we're still going to be very diligent about the reductions, holding, making the cuts as possible as they feed in, but I don't think I need to continue going on and on so much of that, so I think we really need the next agenda item for you guys to go and delve into some of the actual cuts.
I do want to say one thing on this. I know, I think it was the last meeting we were talking about the Auditor General's report, and how we our plan. So I want to make sure we're staying on top of that, because I know that's not specifically listed in there, but we got to keep making sure we're implementing those plans and following up and reassessing those. And I think you sent an update right before your spring break, so I just don't want that to fall off either. We've got to stick on that stuff.
Will do. I agree.
Before we move on, because it isn't really in here, but in the first budget study session, I don't think Mr. Hicks was here on February 20th, but there was a conversation that with the encumbrances and things for next year that basically we needed to cut 3.6 million, and then when we get to the spreadsheet, it says 1.9. So I just want some clarity before we start, because I think that is important, to know for us how we move forward, how much we actually need to get to.
Madam Vice President, members of the board, that is a great question. And really, I am going off of a lot of the information that Mr. Bolden Dane gave me when I first came over. 3.3 was, he had multiple scenarios of where it was, and 3.3 was the worst case scenario, making for those projections. So I've been looking at around $2 million is what we need to cut. We're doing some reductions here. We're going to transfer also some money next year, a little bit of capital over, not a lot. But remember, we generate around 2.4, and this capital budget only has about 2.2. So there's a couple $100,000 coming over also. And so with that, that's why we're thinking around the 1.9 is what we need to cut.
But would that just take us to the budget limit?
Well, that would take us to around 500,000 to carry over.
I thought it was 600,000 or 700,000, but it is still a small carry forward. It's not really adding to the carry forward.
But if there was more reductions, if we went above the 1.9, we could carry forward more money. Elbow me if I missed anything.
And give us some buffer, right? Because we haven't necessarily projected correctly.
And Madam Vice President, members of the board, remember we just cut some of the projections with the revenue side of cutting 50, so we just cut another 326 off the revenue, so we need to cut an additional 326. So if you wanted a buffer and go a little further to create more of a buffer, it's probably closer to 2.25, and now anything beyond that would start giving some additional cushion.
Carry forward.
Yeah, carry forward.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments before we move to the next agenda item? Okay, we will go ahead and move on to 2.4, discussion of the proposed prioritization of fiscal year 26 maintenance and operations budget interest. Dr. Monroe.
Yeah, Vice President Zimmerman, members of the board. So this is the activity where the board will discuss, and staff is here to help answer questions as far as prioritizing budget items for next year. In planning the agenda with Vice President Zimmerman, we had asked you guys to kind of come prepared out of the gates with three things, if you will, and not in any type of order, but three things that you would consider a reduction and three things that you would consider not a reduction. And I want to remind you just a few things before I kind of pass the ball back to Mrs. Zimmerman. Is number one, remember that the order of these things does not really matter. When we're kind of talking about what we prioritize above the line and what's below the line, meaning what would we reduce and what wouldn't we reduce. So I don't want us to get stuck into the conversation, well, this one is more important than that one, that should be 4, that should be 5. Really, we're looking at kind of what's a priority above the line, that should be a reduction or below. And so let's not get hung up into that to say, well, that one should be on top of that one. The other thing I would also say is it's always good when you're having these conversations to think about the positions, to think about the things we've talked about. Cabinet, we have some recommendations that we've come up with, but we had a community meeting. I know the board members have different ideas, so there's definitely things you may bring up tonight that aren't on this list, and Crystal stands at the ready to add them on there. She already added on to Board Member Kenyon's $180,000 for the for the step increases that we just talked about to be considered. So if you bring something up, we'll do our best to try and find a pretty accurate conservative estimate to that and add it to this list. So I don't want you to get caught into this list and say, well, why isn't that up there? It can certainly be added. You have the report from Dr. Sloat where the community had a lot of different ideas. And I think with that being said, Crystal will kind of drive and we'll move. As you see the spreadsheet, you see the 1.9 to Vice President on the top right-hand corner. Vice President Zimmerman's point, if there's more reductions that are made and that gets to 2.3, 2.4, that is a buffer, that is more carryover that can happen. And so what we've just presented as a staff is about $3 million. But I know the board has some ideas. I know there was ideas that came up in that public forum as well. And so with that, I'll kind of pass it back over to Mrs. Vice President Zimmerman to kind of lead the discussion or start it off.
Okay. Before we, so what I'd like to see us do is the first thing is what are 3 cuts that you feel comfortable making? Like, you know, you're like, okay, absolutely, we can cut that. And then we'll kind of go down the line and see if there's some consensus. You know, is somebody else's 3 one of yours is in agreement? And I don't know, Ms. Mosier, if we could have just like a plain like Word document where we could track them before we move them to see the consensus first. And then before we do that, I just want to see if we can discuss the ADM, you know, what we want the ADM to be, because I think it affects the discussion and what number we're trying to get to. If you're, you know, able to, you know, what are your thoughts, I guess, between 50 and 100? It seems to be the two numbers.
Yeah, thank you, Vice President. So I also am curious at how we came up with the number 100 for the ADM. However, with opening a new school, with the growth projected in our district, I can see that happening. Does, I guess, administration, everybody who's kind of looked at this, do you feel like 100 is realistic? Because I'm going to lean on you for this answer.
Sure.
I mean, I would say 0, and then, you know, we save everything, but that's not reality. And so we have to plan for growth. We have to plan for a number of different things that are going to happen, unforeseeables in the future, right? But I also want to make sure that it's realistic. So what again, do you think is that 100 ADM is pretty close to accurate?
You know, 50, like Vice President Zimmerman was saying, cutting that in half is safer. She's right. I know we have talked about the 8th grade classes that leave our district are typically, at least the last couple of years while I've been here, have been bigger than the kindergarten class. So you already kind of start off as a negative. So we are growing, but you have to almost double that growth to build. And so I'm not sure, I'm thinking about Dane's 100 number, and maybe he was looking at applied demographics, I don't know, pattern or their report of growth. But one thing to keep in mind is we might have, let's say, 450, 500 8th graders promoting this year. And let's say we only enroll 400 kinders. You know, so there you're off 100 right there. So 50 may be a safer number. And perhaps, I can't speak to Dane, I don't remember where we came up with that 100 number, but.
Okay. I'm okay with moving it to 50. I'm okay with moving it to 50, as long as the board understands that's going to mean more cuts in what we're doing. So.
Ms. Schmidt.
Yeah, I definitely would feel more comfortable dropping that to 50 and working from there. I understand that means more cuts to start with, but hopefully that means that next school year we don't have to start cutting in the middle of the school year and ending up in a position where we're in right now, trying to figure out how to get through the end of the year. So, you know, will we get new students because we're opening a new school? Probably, right? New shiny things always attract people. But also knowing that we always end up sort of on the negative with the 8th graders leaving and the number of kindergartners coming in, I think we need to be more conservative in how we're looking at the numbers. So I would feel much more comfortable with 50 as our top end.
Mr. Sorrenzioni.
No, I feel the same as the other two.
Okay. Yeah, I'd feel much more comfortable with 50. And similarly, I totally understand we're going to have to make more cuts, but I prefer to do it now and not in March of next year. With that, if we can start with Mr. Kenyon for your not top 3, but like 3 that you're like, okay, this seems like an appropriate cut, and then you know, we'll kind of ask if anybody else had that in their top 3, and then we'll kind of maybe make little check marks or something just for us visually.
Before we start, can I ask a question? So, like this,
Of course.
this one-time purchase reduction, what exactly do we mean by that? It's in green here. See what page it's on.
It's the third one from the bottom in the green.
Oh, the green.
Trying to
Becky,
find
do you
out
want to
some
speak to that one, what we called it? Or Crystal can?
Oh, okay, I see that one. 50,000. So that was our estimate of things that we needed for this year for a special project or a one-time purchase, but we wouldn't need that next year or any year moving forward. So that was the amount that we kind of estimated that we could cut out because we wouldn't need those special items.
But of course, there's a chance that we'll need different
There could
special
be different
items.
special items.
I just also want to clarify for the board that like we'll go through the 3 things see if we have some consensus. Then we'll do 3 things that we really don't want to cut and kind of move those. And then my thought is just kind of to process through the rest of the items individually, but just as a starting point to try to get us to jump off and try to find some consensus.
So we'll eventually just go down the list and see if anybody has a problem with that one item. All right.
If we, yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get some at the top, right? And just not have to spend a ton of time on every single thing. And if there are things that we're like, nope, we're not cutting that, all of us are like, no, then, you know, we can move that off and kind of see where we end up. Okay, Mr. Kenyon.
Well, really looking at what administration's presented here, you know, looking at basically all the green that's on there. Some are harder than others, but I'm okay with it to that point. There's really 1, 2, 3. So if there's 3 things in the blue that I would rather not touch and we keep, is the teacher signing bonus.
Sorry, we're doing what, 3 things that you do want to cut?
Do want to cut.
We'll come back to not
Okay.
cutting in a minute. Cuts are first.
Okay, before I say exactly what it is, if I can get a little clarification from administration. Counselors, the counselor attrition, in past conversation, that just means that's been positions open that hasn't been able to be filled. And I know there's some rhetoric out there about, you know, basically cutting counselors. So it's not cutting counselors, it's closing open positions. Is that correct?
Yeah, Dr. Mohorn, where's Dr. Mohorn? You want to come and speak to that? Correct. When we use the term attrition, we're talking about positions that we have budgeted for that no one is in or no one is in for next year. And Dr. Mohorn has some more specific numbers on counselors. You got a mic? Okay.
I do. Right now we have 4 counselors that are ours. We have 2 other counselors that are contracted counselors. So we have 4 that are ours. We have the 2 counselors that are filling. One is filling Estrella and West Star combo, and one is filling Blue Horizons. Those are contracted counselors. The other 4 counselors right now are at Rainbow Valley, Liberty, LBA, and Freedom. Those are our counselors, employed by us.
Okay, so there's 3 open positions, though.
Correct.
That's what we're looking at.
Correct.
Now, the other thing is for the psychologists. We currently employ 4, and there's 2 open vacancies. Is that correct?
We currently employ 6, and there are 7.5, and we have 2 that are contracted, 1.5 that are contracted, 1.5.
Okay, so we're looking at the 2 positions that haven't been filled.
Correct.
The attrition.
That we
Okay.
wouldn't need to fill.
So,
I got it.
Can I ask a clarifying question just about the counselors? So if we didn't fill them, then, because right now the idea, normally, we budgeted for fiscal year 25 to have 1 per campus. Is that correct?
The 2 the one at West Star and the one at Estrella Mountain, we have a grant for only 1 more year. So if we couldn't find counselors, but if we did, they would only be we only have funding for 1 more year through the school safety grant. So if we hired somebody, it'd only be 1 year through the school safety grant. But we weren't able to fill. We had somebody for Estrella, but then they left at the beginning of the year.
Okay, but the rest of them, we have 1 per campus.
We did, yes.
Okay, so if we got rid of some of them, we'd have to redistribute them across, you know, counselors would have to share then, correct?
Yes, but we'd have to be careful because of the funding, because some of them are half funded through Title I. And so a Title I cannot share with a non-Title I school.
yep.
So we'd have to look at that very carefully.
When you're saying we have the people that are contracted, so when we say if we reduce those, we get rid of those contracted positions also, or are you saying keep the people who are contracted?
No, those contracted, they end at the end of the year, the contracts.
Okay.
Yep.
And keep in mind, the contracted positions are significantly more because you're paying a higher salary, and then you also pay the company. But
Right.
I don't know of one district that doesn't have to contract out
Right.
with our shortage of people who have specialty training, like special education and other positions. But so we do have contracted employees here in Liberty.
We try not to, but there are cases where we have to.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that, the three that I would pick would be the counselor attrition, the psychologist attrition, and then the Dreambox learning. I know that some absolutely love the Dreambox and others think it's not as important. I know my kids love it. They're always on it. But it is a learning tool, but it's not in the classroom. It's more done at home. So I think it's a great thing to have that. But I have a hard time looking at these other options and saying we need to cut something else. So those would be my three that I'm looking at.
Okay. I think to allow each of us to talk, let's just each do our three, and then we'll talk about the list. I think it's going to be easier. Okay. So, Ms. Schmidt.
So my three that that I would be okay with cutting is the communications director position, the district secretary position, and the juice box for the new webpage.
Okay, Mr. Sorrentioni.
Yeah, I thought the idea was to find the easy ones first, so I just knocked off the Loomis Armored Car Service, the district consulting fees, and some of the district memberships.
Okay, my three are the communications director. I don't know if you want to put a check mark. Okay. I would cut the director of support services, and I would reclassify the assistant superintendent of HR into a director position, because all of the people that they have that they were in charge of now have their own director, and so the amount of money for the supervision of basically HR doesn't seem to add up to other positions. So those are my three. Okay, so
The only common one that I heard was communications director. Looking at my notes, there are two people mentioned that.
so we'll start with that one. You want to start at the top?
I don't know if it'd be easier just to see if anybody has an issue.
Oh, at the
Because I feel like the green are the ones we're assuming there's gonna be less controversy about between us.
Oh, okay, can we just start with the common one here, the communications director? It's the top two. It's at the top, it's in green. Is there concern about removing it? Do you have a concern, Mr. Kenny?
Looking at me, no, I honestly, like I said in my first comment, was all the green here I'm okay with.
Oh, okay, I apologize.
So that's where I thought that we were saying our additional three of where we had to get.
Oh, okay,
So, yeah.
I picked all from all. My only thing with the communications director, I think it needs to be cut, but the job unfortunately still needs to be done. And so I think, we have to figure out how we're going to redistribute that job description, because we still need to have a district Facebook page. We still, especially if we open the new school, which I feel like is a whole different discussion, that we'll need to get to, but there still has to be some marketing and things like that. So my concern is, yes, I think we need to get rid of it or cut it, but how are we going to account for that, and where is that going to fall?
Will do. Yeah, great point. No, we will redistribute some of those tasks at the district office and make sure that we're filling that need.
Okay.
Yeah, to that point, sorry. To that point, I think one of the other things here was the communications marketing budget. And I know right now it's saying 30,000 I don't know, is that the whole budget at this point? Is that sort of like wiping out the marketing budget? Because the reality is we'll still have to spend some money on marketing. So
Correct.
maybe not, slashing it entirely, but being more realistic and leaving a bit behind because we're gonna need to do some marketing throughout
Correct.
the year.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, even though we distribute those duties, there will probably have to be a small budget for marketing materials or those
Yeah.
kind of things, yes.
Okay. I'm just thinking the best way to do it. Since we're on the screen, let's go ahead and do our top 3 keep, and then we'll move to the spreadsheet. Okay. So, Mr. Kenyon, your top 3 that you don't want to touch.
I would say the permanent guest teachers. It's very important for me that those stay. They do so much. The teacher signing bonuses, those are important for attracting and retaining. And then at this point, I would say the benefit savings with the HSA. I think that's one that I've talked to numerous people about, and they'll, it hurts. All this hurts. But those are some of the things that I really would try not to touch.
Okay, Ms. Schmidt.
This may shock everybody here actually, but I agree with most of what Mr. Kenyon just said. Just kidding. No, so I don't want to touch the permanent guest teachers. The public comments at our public session were pretty much overwhelming that they thought that the guest teachers were important. Also, the class coverage, we're asking teachers to do more and then not paying them for it. And, we want to keep teachers and prevent burnout and not have low morale, and that is a recipe for that. And then, I would say that, not letting go of some of the reading interventionists, not having the attrition. They perform such an important duty. Their service is immeasurable. Without the reading interventionists at a young age, we just set students up for failure later on. So finding a way to have as many as we can keep, I think, should be a priority for us.
Okay, Mr. Cincioni.
I agree with you guys on a lot of the things too. Mine were the permanent guest teachers. Cause I'm trying to focus on stuff for like academic, right, that we have to have. But I think reading and interventionists are important. If the kids aren't reading, they're not learning. So I don't want to touch them. And then the other one for me was, if I have to pick, it was a toss-up, but I kind of don't want to touch the signing bonuses because we still need to be able to retain or attract new teachers. So those would be my 3.
I have reading interventionists as one of my top 3. I would like to see us maybe get to what we had before we added the extras in February of 24. So not the full attrition, but it would be, I believe we're at 8.5, and so it would be 9.5 to ensure that Westar and Estrella each have their own. And although I would love to keep all of them, the reality is we have to make cuts, and those extras were paid with ESSER money. So going back to what we were prior to February of 24, not quite what is presented, but close. My second one is psychologists. I do not think this district can afford to lose psychologists. We have psychologists that are testing students that went through the CST process last spring. So if we cannot keep up with it currently, I just think it puts us in a very difficult position for special education. And, you know, it was brought to my attention, and if Dr. Monroe, you can speak to this, that at the beginning of the year, Ms. Hamrick came around with a lawyer, not Mr. Dangerfield, talking about just some special education issues, and they had talked about having the psychologist ratio 500 to 1. Is that a legal requirement? Is that just a suggestion?
I believe that is a recommendation. I believe that's the recommendation from ASCA or from one of the associations, I think. I don't think it's a legal requirement, but that is really hard. That's a really hard one for districts to be able to do, 1 to 500.
Yeah.
And a lot of school districts will, share share psychologists. But so I don't believe that's a legal requirement. And maybe ASCA, I know that's the counselor one, but I don't know if anybody else has any input on that, but I don't think it's a legal requirement. Clyde?
No, it's not a legal requirement. It's a recommendation.
Okay. And just because, in full transparency, I haven't got to read all the answers. So how many psychologists did we budget FTEs for this year?
Dr. Mohorn, I don't know if Kay is here, do you want to come up and? We haven't been able to fill all of them. I want to say we've contracted out for 2 or so.
Yes, we had been able to fill for the 8 that we wanted. That's why we had to contract for the other 2.
So we budgeted 8 FTEs?
That's what Kay had budgeted for, was 8, and so that's why we have the contracted for the 1.5.
Okay.
And 1 is part-time, right?
Yep, it's 0.5.
So it's 7.5 FTEs? Okay. Yeah,
So we have 6 of our own, but then
Okay.
we have 1.5 that are contracted out currently.
so, I'm not sure, if like Loretta and Liberty, would be able to share, but of course the preschool takes a ton of that psychologist, so that may not be practical, but if we could get to 7 maybe instead of 7.5, but I'm just uncomfortable really reducing it. And then my third one is, I was really torn between the HSA and the class coverage. I think both are important to not pass the budget shortfall onto our teachers. So I'll go with HSA, but
You got 4 there. So let me summarize kind of what I'm hearing, because I'm taking notes. I'm kind of watching Crystal. So some commonalities we found here, which again helps the conversation. It's permanent guest teachers, to keep those. 2 of you, the teacher signing bonus. The HSA benefits was 2, and Vice President Zimmerman kind of said that was up there with her. The reading interventionist, and I think those were some of the shared ones were those 4 that
Yeah.
were in common with at least 2 of you.
yeah, I hear that everybody really wants those permanent guest teachers. They were paid out of ESSER funds, and we do not have those ESSER funds. And so I know that we value them, but I want to talk about the subsystem in relation to the permanent guest teachers. So, and again, because I didn't have a chance to read all the answers to the questions, did we start the subsystem?
No, and Dr. Mohorn can speak to this. I believe it starts next year, in August, July 1.
Okay, because in the board docs, I had said that it was going to start in January of '25. So, if the board, really believes that the guest teachers are important, I would love to see that maybe they are district guest teachers and not assigned to a school, to make sure that they're truly being utilized every day, and that we're having some sort of system about, there's not a need on our campus today, but, because the idea would be to reduce the class coverage, right? Because some of our schools have a ton of class coverage. And, my concern with the permanent guest teachers is, probably for 2 weeks at the beginning of the school year, you know, they're not being utilized in a classroom, right? Most teachers are coming to work the first 2 weeks, maybe the last 2 weeks during testing, and how much, you know, are they not being utilized, I guess?
Sure, it really depends too. Sometimes if a principal's in a bad way or there's something that happens at the beginning of the year, which we try not to have, that guest teacher could be used at any time. And just a reminder as we talk about this, just to put this in the board's mind, remember, we don't necessarily have to be all or nothing too. We could come up with a formula where there's a reduction of permanent guest teachers down to 3 or 4, you know, that are more centrally located and centrally controlled, or even shared between 2 schools. So I think what we have down there is, you know, 7 permanent guest teachers, and I think it's $300 and something thousand. But so it doesn't have to be all or nothing. You know, we're very flexible in the conversation, talking about permanent guest teachers.
So if I could on that, for the permanent guest teachers, right there you have 9, 7 are filled. So that means we budgeted for 9. There's 2 open positions for permanent guest teachers, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so, you know, we currently have 7. I've heard from multiple campuses that they are utilized to death. They need them, they use them for everything. Yeah, I don't know what that 7 means if each campus currently has their own, or if there's some that don't have one, but I'm not opposed to sharing the permanent guest teachers, as kind of was mentioned. However, you know, I think we can, those other 2 open positions, we can label this as attrition and see what that is. And maybe that's some cost savings that we can look at.
Yeah, I'm okay with, I thought that the cost savings was just the 7. The permanent guest teachers, 7 are filled. That price of $326, is that for 7 or is that for 9?
That dollar amount is just for 7 because those 2 have been unfilled all year.
Okay.
He was saying move it to 2 and see what the savings is, to keep the 7.
This is the price for 7 though. Oh, okay.
But he's saying keep.
Okay. I think maybe, you know, I think it is a very big interest of the board to, you know, to keep them. So maybe as we, you know, move down and we're struggling to get to where we need to be, then we can discuss how many. So if we want to go, I think reading interventionists is another big one. Does anybody have concerns about those, about keeping them? Okay.
So I know reading interventionist, and again, Dr. Mahorn, jump in if I misspeak, but I believe that we have 12 budgeted for after the February meeting, like you were saying, Vice President Zimmerman. There's 4 that aren't filled. However, it's not an all or nothing proposition. Like you said, if we need to just reduce to 9.5, we can make sure every school has 1 with our title schools, having a formula based on need to have more. And so, but yeah, we haven't been able to fill the 12 this year. I think we've only been able to fill 8, I believe. And we may even have a resignation or 2, I don't remember, of some reading interventionists who aren't returning. So there is some flexibility there where schools can have 1.0, to your point, with our title schools having 1.5 or higher. So we do have some wiggle room within that 12. So even if the board said, well, let's take it down to 9.5, we have 2.5 FTE of attrition of 2 salaries that we could work with.
Is the board okay with 9.5 versus 8.5, which is what is listed here, like as the savings?
So that'd be 1 per school and then like a floater or a halftime.
It would be,
If you
we would
wanna-
look
this
at
is
1
how
per
it
school.
was. Like, Title I schools have to have more than the non-Title I, so that's why you're seeing the 1.5, and then Blue had 2, just because they were so large. The only thing that I noticed on here is that Liberty also had 1. Were they not Title I at that time?
That is a good question.
So I pulled the presentation from February 24 to just help me. And so it just lists what they had. And so Liberty only had one, as well as Westar and Estrella only having one. But I thought that, Title I needed to have more, so was Liberty not a Title I at that time?
They are Title I, but because they have such a low student count, they don't get very much Title I money, where the other Title I schools get a lot more of the Title I budget, especially, like you said, Blue Horizons.
But like the legality of assigning these and using title funds, the reason that they went up very specifically is because we had to increase by the same amount. So I just want to clarify if the board is okay with 9.5, is it going to be okay that Liberty only has one, where all the other title schools have 1.5?
So the way we kind of budget it in the grant itself is that if Liberty was really only entitled to have a half, we're giving them an extra by giving them a 1.0. And Stephanie can add.
No, that's not, I don't know where, that's this February 24th, because right now, Liberty has 1.5 title.
No, this is in February of 24, and I'm just pulling what used to have. Yes, Liberty has 1.5, but if we're talking about trying to not fully do the reading interventionist attrition and just getting back to what we had before we increased them, Liberty, it says, only had one.
If we're going to go back to what they had before, even though Liberty has low numbers, we would still give Liberty 1.5. If we gave Westar and Estrella 1, we would give Liberty maybe 1.25 or 1.5, even though they have low numbers, to give them more.
And we can check on
Yep.
making sure we're not
To stay
misstepping,
with
that
the
we're doing the right
legality
thing.
of Title I.
Right. I'm just trying to get us as accurate as we can so that we're budgeting appropriately. So if it needs to be 10, that we're putting the right number up here for us. And then, of course, I feel like maybe we need to have the conversation about Loretta Zumbro because, then we have to account for them, a reading interventionist as well.
So my question is, if we legally had to have them, how was it even on here as an option?
It's not that we legally have to have them, but because we use Title I funds, we have to give Title I schools more. So if Estrella and Westar have a 1.0, then all of our Title Is have to have more. If we decreased Westar and Estrella to 0.5 and made them share, then we could reduce the other ones. Correct? Okay.
So, are we comfortable if Crystal puts some things at the top and some things at the bottom, based on what we've heard? Meaning, keep and reduce, like, we've heard permanent guest teachers. Now, we may not be set on the amount, we may not be set on what that is, but we know that's important to the board. We know teacher signing bonus, HSA benefits, and reading interventionists. Do we want to start to say those we're
Right.
going to keep, or?
But I think the reading interventionists, we could have a little bit of attrition, some, but not all. So if we wanted to give a safer estimate because of the concern about Liberty, and we haven't factored in Loretta Zumbro, maybe we say 10, right? So that we're saving 2.5 FTEs and put that number in the spreadsheet. So
Does the
I think we
board-
can go to the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we can adjust that way.
Put Liberty on it, make it one color, then like yellow, and then like, if we know we all want to get rid of this, let's just make it red. We all agree, or whatever.
Yeah, it's just trying to add up the money, But
If they insert a block and then auto sum, go ahead for us.
Okay, so there was some discussion of maybe things that we agree, like turning a different color, so that it's easy to see, and then move them. So if we could go back to the top, I think the communications director is actually first, and I think we all seem to agree with that.
Do you have a problem with anything in the green? Okay.
Here we go. I didn't think red people could see. I didn't offer red.
The items that I highlighted in yellow are ones that multiple of you agreed on.
Okay, so I think we'll start going down. I think the communications director, I think we all agree that that position can be a reduction. So we'll go ahead and move down to the groundskeeper.
Hold on, because they're making the reading interventionist yellow also. That's going to be confusing.
Yeah, I think
What's
maybe
that?
the things that we are keeping, we need to move out, because I think we need to be able to see the total. I apologize, Crystal.
Okay, so,
Like the,
yeah, where's my cheat sheet? So the things we're keeping such as, let's see, signing bonus,
If y'all agree.
Yeah.
benefit savings.
okay, we're all okay with the signing bonus, let's just start there, yes? Okay.
Yes.
Sign
HS,
what?
yeah, so, if you just,
So just remove it off or hide it.
yeah, I mean, I think we could get in a situation where we realize we're gonna have to make unfortunate decisions, so, I'm sure we all have these printouts, we can look at it if we have to. And then, was HSA, was everybody okay with the HSA?
Yeah.
Okay, class coverage was another one.
And reading interventionist.
Well, I think the reading.
Did
or-
you want to go to 9.5 or 10? Do you want to go to 2 of attrition there?
Yeah.
Mr. Kenyon or Mr. Cincioni?
I'm only okay doing any attrition. I think reading interventionists are critical to have, especially with our kids. I'm okay doing some attrition there as long as the board can get behind doing attrition with either counselors or psychologists as well.
My concern with the counselors and the psychologists attrition is that then campuses are sharing. We're not asking any reading interventionists to be shared across campuses. So that's my concern with the attrition there, is how are they going to be redistributed?
I don't necessarily not share your concern, but that is more of a problem for administration to figure out rather than us. I think right now we're just looking at budgets and not necessarily getting in the weeds of how they do their job. Let's just look at the budgets.
I understand what you're saying. I just think it's still important for me, as personally as a board member, to make sure that we're being equitable. And I think, without knowing how they're going to be redistributed and how it's going to affect different campuses, I feel like, for me, it's personally hard. Especially personally, the psychologist one, in terms of how we are able to meet the needs of testing students for special education and being able to meet IEPs on time and follow the CST process. Like, if we cannot keep up with what we are currently doing, I'm just not sure how we're going to do it by decreasing the number. And our SPED population is higher than the state average. So, I mean, we can leave that, we can leave the reading interventionists for now, and if we want to start at the top where it's easier in the green, I think it's probably easier just
Yeah.
because it's about,
Yeah, I would agree. And there's one more before you do that.
okay.
I think class coverage was another one too, that I think 2 board members said, or 2 or 3 board members.
So are we okay with
1.5, yeah.
With keeping? Yeah.
keeping it?
Class coverage?
Mr. Kenyon, are you okay with keeping it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So we'll keep that, and then we'll go to the top and just start discussing some line items. But there are also some things like for me that are not on here that I'd like to add, you know, to have a discussion about. So, did we add the step freezes basically?
Yeah. I think it's down towards the bottom.
Line number 33 right now.
Okay. All right. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. All right. That's okay for right now because we'll work our way down. Yeah, we can make it yellow. Okay, so the first one is the one groundskeeper. Is there, right? That's the next thing on the
Yeah.
line? Okay. Discussion about the grounds.
Plug my computer in, so
Yeah.
we're not both using the computer.
That's totally fine. Mr. Kenyon, what's your thoughts?
Same as what I said before. Everything that's currently in green, I'm okay with what's been presented by the administration and leaning on them for what we have here in front of us. So I don't have a lot to comment on the green areas, except for the HSA, which we already discussed.
Okay. Ms. Schmidt.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. This is just not filling a vacancy. So we're
Yes.
not eliminating anybody's job, we're just not filling a vacancy. And I'm assuming that the remaining work has already been split up since this is an open position anyways, so.
It would, yes, it would be similar to other positions that go through attrition. The job duties would have to be split, and that goes for number 4 too. I don't know if it's number 4, but groundskeeper and skilled maintenance worker.
Yep.
I believe that we have, Bob, people retiring or people who have left. That would leave those positions vacant.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Mr. Shinsian.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm the same with Mr. Kenyon though. Like besides the HSA savings that we already took care of, I have no problem with the green stuff.
Okay. You know, I think I saw, you know, I'm just going to look to Mr. Young, that we still feel like not outsourcing grounds is a savings. It's not, okay.
So we would save by outsourcing, is that what you're asking?
Madam Vice President, members of the board, when I first started with the district, we were outsourcing it, and it was very expensive, but it was also, they were not doing a good job. There was a lot of things that we've been fixing this entire year that they just, instead of fixing valves and wiring, they just put a battery node on top of it to make it come on, and we had like 100 of those, and that's not an exaggeration, where valves were just coming on at different times and stuff. The batteries would go dead, nobody would change them. But instead of fixing it right, which is what we are doing now, I think you saw some pictures of the time clock we're rebuilding, and putting the wires in and getting everything the way it's supposed to look. The field's not where we need them to be, but they're a lot better now than they were a year ago, and we're going to continue to improve on them. Grounds has the same, if we contract grounds, they have the same problem we do. If somebody's sick or doesn't show up or anything, they just skip and do the best they can to get things going, but we still pay them the same contract amount.
Okay, so you think that it is a cost savings to not contract grounds?
Correct.
Okay. All right, I'm okay with the groundskeeper. So district secretary, you know, my concern with this is that it primarily served ed services. And as we get into the ed services cuts, you know, you're basically cutting 2.5 FTEs from ed services, which is the department that directly impacts the education of our children. And, you know, the other side of, you know, the operations side of the building does have admin support. And so now we're taking away that admin support from ed services. So my question is that admin support that we hired recently for the operations side, are they going to support ed services as well?
Well, any district secretary duties, we'd have to redistribute, so possibly. But we know having admin support for a lot of leaders or duty isn't really effective, so we would have to redistribute those duties among district office staff, whether that's ed services or that position or other positions. So, because we want to make sure they have that administrative support.
Yeah, so that, that's my concern there. I'm okay with it, with the understanding that, I want to make sure that, we're treating our employees equitably, and that they are getting the same support, especially our employees that are directly impacting the learning of our students. And so that's my concern. I just didn't go through everyone because a lot of you said you're okay with green, so I'm just moving on. And obviously step in if you have something to add. Skilled maintenance worker. Could Mr. Young, you just kind of just explain what this position does, or these two positions exactly?
Madam Vice President, members of the board, the skilled maintenance worker, one of the ones that just resigned was an electrician, so he did all the lights and all those kind of things, which at this particular time, I mean, we need an electrician for sure, because today at West Star, somebody knocked the electric hand dryer off the wall and the wires were sticking out. It's a safety hazard for the kids. So we had our air conditioning guy going to go over and take care of that, but he does wiring, so he knows how to do it. The other skilled maintenance is the plumber, who's retiring in May 15th, I think is his last day. So he put in his retirement for that. So we're going to have to fill in for those two. We're putting more square footage on. The new school's under warranty for 2 years, but still things happen. We need to get maintenance people over. It's going to be tight. Instead of getting work orders done in 6 or 7 days, it might take 9 or 10 days sometimes, but any emergency, life, safety kind of things, we'll still address right away and get them done.
Okay, so when you say these two people, are you saying that these skilled maintenance workers are the electrician position and the plumber position?
Those are the ones that are leaving, correct?
Okay.
Or left. The electrician left already, the plumber's leaving.
So if you said we still need them, because we need them to do the job, is this going to be a cost savings? Because are we going to just contract people to do that work? I'm just concerned, I don't want us to put it on here if we're going to need to hire for it.
Right, exactly, Madam Vice President, and I spoke to Dr. Monroe about that. We can see how we're going to get by, but if the budget changes, can we bring one back on, down the road? Just because we're going to be spread so thin, we're only going to have 2 maintenance people and the maintenance supervisor. And they're all very qualified at what they do. They're all willing to help out and do the best they can to get things going. So, similar situation, I met with the Deer Valley operations people a couple weeks ago. They were asking me some advice on the SFB process, and they said they have 4 air conditioning technicians positions to fill. They haven't been able to fill them in 2 years because they're not paying enough to get an air conditioning person. But they spent $2.8 million in contracted vendors coming in to fix the air conditioning. So it's, that's what you got to kind of look at. Raise the salaries to bring somebody in and save a lot of money, or keep spending it.
Well, that's my concern with this particular item, is that if we're going to have to contract to fix electrical or plumbing issues, then this isn't a savings. So, you know what I mean? I don't want us to get into the position where then we've spent, we've had to open a PO, and then we're going to look at it sooner. So in December next year, then we're over budget because we didn't account for it correctly. So we can't just do it because it looks good on paper. We have to functionally be able to run the district.
Correct. And I think, Madam Vice President, members of the board, one of the things that's going to help us with the electrician-wise, obviously there's going to be some issues with outlets and stuff like that, but Verigy coming in and doing the complete lighting retrofit and things like that, it's going to save a lot of time on our side, not having to go out and change ballasts and those kind of things. So, it's a year process or more, but I think we're going to be in good shape with it once it's all said and done.
Okay, so the other 2 skilled maintenance that you have are, what are their positions?
One is the new air conditioning tech that we just hired recently, and the other one is a general maintenance. He does a lot of, he can do plumbing, he does the well, you know, the wells and all different kinds of items as well. So, and then the maintenance supervisor is also an air conditioning guy, electrician type. So he's out there working as well, doing his job. So.
So we do have people that, in an emergency, we have employees that could go, and if something comes off the wall and there's wires, they can go fix that. We don't need to call and hire an outside electrician and pay them emergency money to come in and fix something.
Yes, Madam Vice President, members of the board, yes, that is correct. We have people, air conditioning tech, we have 2 of them basically because the supervisor is, and they do wiring, plumbing, all that. You know, that's part of what they do with air conditioning systems. So.
I just wonder if we should build in a little bit of money here for contracting some of these services that maybe they aren't going to be able to do. Like, should we save $50,000? Again, I just want to set our budget up so that we're not in a position where we've overspent, and the idea that, you know, we're not going to have a, you know, we're used to having a true electrician and a true plumber. I think we could end up in some concerns because we definitely have older schools, you know.
Exactly, Madam Vice President. Yes, you're exactly right. You know, the Estrella schools, a lot of plumbing issues up there. It's, you know, he's up there full time basically. So.
So what's the thought of the rest of the board?
I'm okay with right now going this route with what we have, understanding that we do have employees that could fulfill what we need in an emergency basis, and they have.
Yes.
And so they have ran over and taken care of issues that have arisen. I agree that we do need to support the maintenance staff, just because we are older, you know, some older buildings. We have some new construction going on. There's always things happening. But as you stated earlier, looking through here, I'm okay with, for currently, until we see what happens with our projections next year and what we get into, maybe then we can step it up and bring some of this back. But right now, I'm okay with making these reductions.
Ms. Schmidt or Mr. Cincinnati? No.
No issues.
I felt okay, and then you said that the plumber was at Estrella full time, and then I'm like, okay, if he's at Estrella full time and now we don't have a plumber, the other guy can't fill in for a plumber full time and do the other job. So I was okay, and now I'm more hesitant to like completely wipe out that position if he's basically at Estrella full time working on plumbing issues. So I kind of would lean towards what Ms. Zimmerman was saying, and you know, maybe we can not replace the 2 workers, but we have to have some money on the side in case we need it, because we can't have non-functional plumbing in an elementary school, right? So we know that that's going to be a priority, especially if it's already an issue. So, sorry, those are just
remember,
me thinking out loud.
Remember, there's 2 vacancies. That could even be 1, where we could look for a...
Maybe that's a compromise. We make it 1. Again, sort of just talking out loud, so.
Yeah, again, contingent on finding someone who's qualified, but it could go from 2 to 1, and that's
Yeah.
still a savings, you know. Kind of like what we've talked about with reading interventionist and attrition. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. We could find a middle ground and then see what we get to here in the next few minutes, what the total amount gets to.
Yeah.
I'd be more comfortable with 1 because I just think we're going to end up spending the money, and I'd rather budget for it. I mean, we can see where we get to at the end, but I don't know how we're going to not have these 2 positions.
I would agree with wanting to budget ahead for it, and also I would rather employ someone for the district than pay an outside plumber all the time that we're gonna end up paying a lot more for than if we employ a plumber within the district.
All right. The behavior interventionist coach, you know, on the notes, it talked about using an alternative fund to pay for this position. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, and I mean, look, to Crystal and Ken, I believe this was possibly created with ESSER monies, and then it was moved over to M&O, I believe. But I think we had talked about Medicaid, Ken, or MIPS for the behavior. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Madam Vice President, members of the board, I think we talked about either instructional improvement. You could even, with the expansion of Classroom Site Fund, look at this position possibly going into that. Are they certified?
No, they're
Classified,
not.
okay, yeah, probably more instructional improvement fund.
We used to have
I-
behavior interventionists, remember, those were reduced last year that were paid for out of ESSER. The behavior interventionist, I think were they behavior intervention? Behavior specialists. Yeah, behavior, so we had one at each school, I believe, and then they were overseen by the behavior interventionist coach. And so those went away last year when ESSER did, and we have the one coach who kind of services all the schools and works with the principals and psychologists on a needs basis. So, but we could look at other funding. Again, that frees up M&O if that's a position that's valued, but we have some other pots of money that we could look at for that salary. Some of these things in the green are that. They're not going away necessarily, but we'd love to have the board's kind of blessing to say, hey, you're okay to use this budget code for that. So it's not billed to M&O and it's sustainable.
But there could be some question about Medicaid funding in the future based on, you know, what's happening currently at the federal level, right?
Yeah, it's hard to say. There's a lot of unknowns out there, and trickling down from the federal level and a lot of things that are being questioned. We've been informed about a lot of different grants that are in question or may not be coming back or may be reduced. And however, we're in a position with all the districts, it's just a cloudy future to really know what's going to happen with that. Plus the behavior interventionist coach, Dr. Mohorn can correct me if I'm wrong, it takes a unique skill set and hard to find that person who can consult and support the teachers. And so you saw a lot of those type of positions created during COVID from districts, and then some larger districts will have those people on staff.
So does the board want to discuss if you're comfortable like moving it to a different fund, or would you prefer to, you know, cut the position?
No, I'm definitely comfortable moving it to a different fund and saving the M&O money here, as long as that, you know, obviously this is something that is necessary for our district. It really supports the kids, it supports the staff, and, you know, I'm okay with moving it to a different fund.
And to Member Schmidt's point, we're going to continue to look for savings and grants. Just know as the board gets communicated with that grants are just under the microscope right now, really closely. Federal grants that are maybe come through ADE or through the state. So a lot of grants are being looked at really closely that way.
If I may, you know, with what's happening at the federal level, we have no idea what's going to all play out, right? And so I caution that we don't, you know, yell the sky is falling. We have to focus on what we have in front of us, but I do know that with some of the policy changes we made in the past, that kind of protected us from some of these things that may be coming down the wire. So just, it may not all be as bad as it sounds.
Ms. Schmidt, just, you know, moving it to a different fund. You're good? Okay, I'm good with that as well. Okay, I think that we should talk about the Ed Services Coordinator and the Assessment Coordinator together, just because they both fall under Ed Services. And just clarifying, Mr. Kenyon, you're okay with eliminating both Ed Services positions?
At this point, yes.
Okay, Ms. Schmidt?
If these positions are eliminated, not filled, where do those responsibilities then fall? Who's going to take over the things that these two positions were doing to support the teachers who are then supporting the students? Yeah, that's my major question on that.
It would be, district office ed services staff. As we go through job descriptions, there'd be different duties assigned to different people so that we don't lose a beat on assessment and those kind of things. It allows us to support the site. I agree, the teachers lose some support that way. However, if we can preserve things like the instructional coach and reading interventionist and find a way to support them, we can still get after it. But like any of these positions that are in attrition, we're gonna have to do more with less, or do the same with less, and be more efficient, have to be more flexible and monitor and adjust. So we're seeing it at the federal level where there's layoffs happening, and the job still has to be done, Mr. Schmidt, so you're absolutely right. So we look at district office staff, district office ed services staff to look at those duties.
How many ed services staff would there still be?
Oh boy, what would they be, Dr. Mullen? 3, 4?
3.
3? Yeah.
If you don't count special ed, it's the assistant superintendent,
Correct.
the executive director of school effectiveness, and then the director of curriculum and instruction.
And then technically our LEAP director, so our before and after care service is under ed services as well, but we're not counting that. So 3.
Yeah, we have a few positions that are, they live in a lot of worlds, but they're typically housed in ed services. Dr. Sloat, Loretta's position, community education, special education are kind of under that umbrella.
Those are my questions.
Mr. Sorrentino? No. You're okay. Personally, I am very concerned. I'm not okay with taking ed services down 2 positions. I would compromise with 1 as long as we add the director of student services, because that position we have not had, and that person that we approved, honestly, that this budget work should have been done before that. And I am not comfortable cutting one side of the building that supports our students in the classroom. I'm not okay with it. And we have to be equitable. And if we don't look at the other side, the operations side, and a director position, I cannot support just demolishing ed services, the ones that support our students. The reason we're all here is to educate our students. So I'm okay with getting rid of 1, but with the understanding that we put the director of student services as a cut. So those are mine.
So do you want us to just make, for purposes tonight, do you want us to just, again, so it's not all or nothing, instead of 2, just have 1? Is that kind of what I'm hearing from the board, at least to see, we can at least see what we get to on this first iteration, or how close we get to 1.9 or above?
This is my concern with too much compromise. We're not going to hit our number. We're just not. We're going to be here all night talking about individual things down to probably past midnight, discussing every little detail. You said there's no hits to operations. There is. We talked about it. There's maybe not at the high levels, but there is, and most of this, from my understanding, is attrition of positions that haven't been filled. I think we need to get this solved by relying on the experts we put in place. As the board, remember, we're at the 100,000 foot level looking at this. I'm really concerned about us digging in every weed and overturning every, garbage can, trying to find how they do their job. We saw today, sadly, an email, somebody, great candidate for our district, said he's not willing to come anymore because he thinks that we are, as a board, just too micromanaging, and how that's destructive to a district, and I completely agree. He's not the only candidate. There's been other ones that have said the same thing. I think we need to rely on I'm not saying that these conversations aren't valid. I do think we need to have conversations about it, but I'm leery about, let's do one here, part of one there, part of one here. This is what was presented to us from administration standpoint. They believe, and if they think that maybe they messed up or would like to change something, I'm still good with what's presented here, because that, at the end of the day, gets us where we need to be, back in compliance, back in a budget, and then, we can see where it goes after that. But I have a feeling we're going to be here all night, and we're still not going to hit our number that we're looking for.
I would just say that it is the board's responsibility to set the budget.
It is.
It is our responsibility. So I disagree that, we are out of our lane having this discussion.
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. That we're being too detailed. And unfortunately, we are in this position because my concern is that the board wasn't detailed enough. So my concern is to make sure that we are, I agree. I am concerned that we're not going to hit our number. So I don't want you to think that I don't think that, because I agree. I am concerned. But can we add the Director of Student Services into that cut? Because I don't think it's fair to cut 2 director positions from Ed Services. And we haven't had that position. The district has not had it. Nobody's relying on that position. But we are relying on these 2 positions that are going to have to be redistributed. Can we at least add to the list then?
I'm not opposed to adding to the list. I would like to ask administration what their thoughts are on adding that position and what that does to the district.
Which position?
The Director of Student Services.
We can add it. Do you know, Dr. Mahorn, about what that was? I know it was before you, Jason.
No, we just approved the position.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to think what the amount is. Yeah.
Oh, I
To
had
add.
somebody look it up in my question, so it's in the board update.
To
or the
line 11.
questions.
Okay. Yeah, so we just add it in there.
Just so the board understands, if we add this on here, this would be terminating terminating an employee then, because have they signed the contract? They've came on now?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so these other ones we're talking about attrition. This one we're talking about terminating an employee.
It's just not, we're not terminating them for this year. It's that we're not offering them a contract for next year. And let's just be clear about the attrition here, is these 2 Ed Services coordinators told they were going to be non-renewed. It's not an attrition. They were told they'd be non-renewed or to resign. So let's just be real clear about what we're saying here. Because we did not offer the Director of Student Services a contract for next year at this point, because no administrator has been offered a contract besides principals, correct?
That's correct. So do we want to leave that there and go to 13? Or we can move it up? I mean, not 13, go down to, I guess, 14 there. I mean, again, the board may not come to a consensus on a lot of these, but we can see as far as we can go. Can we get to the 1.9 potentially if we go through all of them? So I'll just speak to 13, and Ken and Crystal again jump in. But this 230,000-ish would just be funding part of our custodial and operations out of a different fund. I believe it's I don't remember what the fund is called from the. indirect cost and civic center. So we have 7 custodial services and we have 7 FTE, 7 people. We have 3 positions for operations. So we'd be able to fund half of those out of a different pot. So we wouldn't have to use M&O dollars to pay those positions and sustain them. And that would save $230,000-ish to the M&O budget. So that would be using a different pot.
I see nodding of heads, so I'm going to say I think that's fine.
I'm sorry?
I saw nodding of heads, so I just
Okay.
want to clarify, from a different pot, is that a one-year solution?
No, we believe that as long as, kind of like what Mr. Hicks was talking about, as long as we have good fund balances in those funds, they're sustainable because they are, a lot of them do receive monies each year. When you pay for something out of the fund that collects facility rentals, we count on those monies. So it wouldn't just be a one-off, it wouldn't just be a fix for next year. So we don't want to do that because
Right.
like you said, then we'd be in the situation next year. So we want it to be sustainable. But one thing I think we can do better with our budget is just diversify the budget and use some positions for where they can really be earmarked and tagged to be. I think we can do that better. So yeah, it'd be more than a 1 year, it'd be sustainable.
Okay. Energy savings. My question was just how did you calculate the 25,000?
Yeah, Bob, you want to speak to that? That was part of the Verigy conversation when we were looking for a very conservative number of savings. Go ahead, Bob.
Madam Vice President, members of the board, a couple of the energy savings, transportation due to electric buses, and I think there was fuel. Those are all under promise, over deliver kind of ideas. We're trying to get to the basic, what we can save, but like the cost savings, energy is what we can save on water and the conservation we can do with the water, those kind of things that we're looking at in-house, along with Verigy and AES Defined is the company that's helping us with our utility management. And we're working with them. You know, they've saved us some money right up front when we started with them, but then APS raises their rate, so the money savings is gone. But you can see where we're saving energy. We're not using as much energy. And so that's what the savings is on those things. Where the buses, it's, you know, the APS tells me one thing, RWC tells me, you know, in between, and a couple of the other districts I've talked to, a lot of people haven't had it in service for a long enough time to tell me exactly what the exact savings are. I mean, I know on the electric buses, the maintenance of them is supposed to save us a lot of money because there's, you know, there's no engine basically, there's no transmission, things like that that are serviceable on the diesel engine. So we just did a best guess on these. Again, hopefully it's going to come in at more savings than what we put in there is basically what we did.
But this is a different energy savings than Verigy because, you know, my understanding when the Verigy presentation happened is that it's basically a wash because of the payment.
Correct. This is what we're doing in-house with water and those kind of things.
Okay.
Yeah, we started it, I don't know, about a year ago. You know, we had air conditioners at schools turning on at 3:30, you know what I mean? And so simply having them turn on at 5:30 or 6 is just a, you know, significant savings. And so we've been doing this for a while in-house with, I want to say air conditioning, water, electrical and water. I think those are the two main ones.
Correct.
Just to be more efficient on our bills, right? It's like running your dishwasher at peak times and those kind of things. We can be a lot smarter with how we're using our energy.
Okay. Did you have something to add?
Oh, well, I maybe jumping forward, but you mentioned transportation, the electric buses. And you're right. I do think that these numbers are pretty conservative. I think that we're going to find that we have much more cost savings down the road, hopefully, when we get into some of these things. But there's so many different variables as well, right? You know, you look at electric buses. Have we factored in the insurance costs? Because those are going to go up, right? Because it's an electric bus, not a diesel bus. There's many different factors that go into these things. So I appreciate you being, you know, conservative on the numbers, just because then we're hopefully going to have much better savings in the future.
Correct, yes, Madam Vice President, sir. And again, it's when you're charging the buses, you know, if we try to miss the off-peak hours for the electricity, in the future, we've talked with Verity, maybe we can add solar panels to the transportation yard to cover the buses, but also, you know, storage batteries that will charge the batteries at night. So there's different things we can do in the future if, you know, if things work out and we have additional chances to go for those kind of items.
You know, and I can understand those, you know, going off of the transportation, you know, it's about $62,000, but I just want us to also realize that we're making a $500,000 payment,
Yeah.
right? So, I mean, it is a savings, but not exactly because we're paying, you know, a large payment that we weren't paying before for the electric.
That is correct. The initial investment is a bigger investment than if we would have bought 13 diesel buses, but then we would have all the additional fuel costs and maintenance costs and those kind of things.
Okay. But I think we're fine with, you know, obviously saving, so.
Can I ask them quick? If you guys don't mind, can you change that 1.9 to the 1.9 million start to the 2.3?
Is the board okay with that?
Of course.
Yeah, not 230.
Because zero's big. Thank you.
On 17, that is as we transition from the ASBA policy services to the trust model policy program, kind of the conservative estimate of what can be saved every year up there. That was number 17, I believe. And I know we have kind of a timeline to try and get that work completed by June that we can talk about later in the meeting. We're on chapter 4, as the board knows. 18 was the communications director marketing budget. Board member Schmidt made a good point. We still want to be able to market, so we'll just have to consider, is that a lower amount? Do we keep that amount? That's what was budgeted this year for the communications director, but we still want to have those efforts. We're going to redistribute those duties and make sure we can market our schools and our district.
Is that how much was spent on the marketing budget? Do we know what was actually spent for marketing?
Do you know? I don't know off the top of my head if that was spent, if there was more, if there was less.
Okay, because I think we should address that, but it would help to know how much was actually spent this year, how much marketing was done, and then to be able to come up with a realistic amount, because we don't want to say, oh, we're going to spend $5,000 when that's not realistic at all.
Yeah,
30,000 seems like a lot to me. Like, I feel like we should be able to be more frugal than that, but.
Yeah, we can do some work on that and see what those costs are. It's certainly not the marketing budget of a charter school, but they market really well.
I mean, it's at least 15 because that's how much the advertisement on the back of those magazines. So, you know, in a different board update, it was 5,000 in a voucher and it was for 3 months. So, you know, I'm going to say it's at least 15.
Yeah, we can dig in and we can bring that. 19 and 20 are district memberships, district consulting fees, and we listed a few of those just as examples. It doesn't necessarily mean they're a keep or a reduce, but just, and I think in the questions, and I apologize, the questions took us a little long today to get them to you guys, but we put some links. We put a very conservative number that we think we could reduce those memberships and consulting fees by $40,000 each, and I think that's very conservative. I think it can be a lot higher. Just kind of thumbing through it, spending a little time on them today. I was personally getting up to 110, 120, so I think that 40 number is pretty conservative. My recommendation would be for the board to allow staff to look at that and come up, have the board maybe give us a target number. Can you get to 50? Because, you know, we already approved principals and ASA at this last meeting, but I think that there's money to be saved there. But just know that 40,000 was real conservative, and I think we could get to more.
For the memberships or for the consulting fees?
For the memberships, for sure a lot more, and then the consulting fees will be close. But I think the memberships, if I'm looking at the sheets right. But yeah, like I said, I was doing a little math thinking about what potentially gets lost if we're not a member of the Chamber of Commerce or this or that. We don't have the demographic study done every year from Applied Economics, which is more expensive. We don't have to do that every year. Guest speakers coming in at the rally, you know, there's a lot of things we can do. But I guess what I'm saying is that 40,000 number, I'm pretty confident it can be higher. I'm pretty sure we get to 50 or 60. Between both of those, we can get higher than 80,000.
So in the questions from today, you know, it looks like we spent $212,000 on consulting this past year. So is there a way to get that number and what we're saving higher? Because that seems like a lot of consulting to me personally. I don't know what it is in prior fiscal years, so, you know,
Yeah,
I
we
can't
can-
speak to that.
Yeah, we can look at that. I know a big part of that is payroll. You know, when we had our payroll people leave, and we've been having to consult and pay for that, so there was a big ticket item there. But I think so. Definitely, we can get higher on that, consulting and memberships.
Yeah.
And you know, we will, if we have a board meeting on Wednesday night where we can approve contracts, we're going to bring the proposal for payroll to bring that way down, because we've had to outsource our payroll because of what's happened since December or November, I believe. So we're going to bring a proposition, we're going to bring an idea that will float to the board that can save us money, help us be more effective, and bring down our cost, and in our consulting fee, bring that down as well drastically.
So I just want to clarify that we're not getting rid of like all consulting, because like Gallagher for the health benefits, I think is pretty important. I know we did lock into a lot of 2-year rates, you know, for this fiscal year and fiscal year 26. But same thing with applied economics. We want to make sure that, you know,
I
we're-
agree.
Okay.
I think we'd go through a prioritization and just say, hey, what can we live without? And again, as we've talked about with everything, if we get, in the next couple of years, we get to a good carryover balance, we continue to grow, positions could be restored, memberships could be restored, but yeah, I think we just prioritize what are the memberships and the consulting fee, and then, like I said, I think we can get a lot higher than 80,000 on that.
Okay, I think we're good.
We make the other ones yellow.
What's that, Brian? Or Member Sarancioni, what did you?
You just did it.
Oh, okay. 24 and 25. Yeah, 24 and 25, yellow. The ASBA one yellow.
Ricky from separate.
Oh, the ones that are not up right now.
And Crystal, on the consulting membership, maybe put a little asterisk or something, so we'll drill down into that too, because again, these are very conservative. Juicebox, our new webpage, we're looking to back off of that. There have been things that have been paid for already, but looking at Lane coming on, talking to our legal to maintain our current webpage, which I believe is $8,000 or $9,000 a year, a maintenance fee, and then back off of Juicebox can save us money. We can still maximize our current webpage. I think there's a lot we can do to make it a lot better. I do think it's not the best, but I think that's an area that we can easily back off on. I know one of the board members also brought that up. But we'll probably have more details for the board as we talk with legal about kind of severing with Juicebox, but that would be one of admin's recommendations to the board, would be to remove that cost.
Can I just ask what we already paid for? Because the voucher was for $25,000.
Yeah,
So,
let's see, is Lane around? Lane, you want to come up? We'll see if we can. And Lane just started a couple weeks ago, so. Oh, and Megan has info too? Okay, good.
Madam Vice President, members of the board, Juicebox, oh, Megan's got the numbers here. Juicebox, we paid $24,000, $24,500, I believe, and that payment was divided up into 5 equal payments. And it would be for website design, some logo design, an intraweb.
sorry,
Excuse me,
sorry.
what?
So we would still need to make 4 more payments of $25,000
Annually.
each year is 100,000? I'm sorry, I'm
No.
not following.
No, 24,500 per year.
Okay, but so we paid that for this year, but we're not utilizing the website yet.
That's correct. So they're doing the design portion, They're working on logos and things of that nature.
So we would look to back out of that and see what kind of, how we could sever that agreement and just maintain our current webpage of where we are.
Okay, I went back and listened to the meeting where we had Juice Box, and I apologize because Derek was here and, you know, you weren't. But they said that to stay with our current website, it would be 20,000 or 40,000 or 60 or 80. So where is the 8,000 coming from? Again, I just want us to be factual,
Absolutely, absolutely.
So in that particular, Madam Vice President, members of the board, in that particular situation, they had quoted Frontline is the company? Or
Final Site.
Final
So I
Site?
can speak
Yeah,
to that if
go
you
ahead.
want. So when Juicebox did their presentation, they got that number for their savings because Final Site quoted us to revamp our website and do the same things that we were asking Juicebox to do. They quoted us $40,000, and another company, Parent Square, quoted us $41,100 to do the things we're asking Juicebox to do. So that's where those numbers came into play. So the $8,000 is what we pay Final Site currently for the website maintenance right now.
Okay.
So to make improvements, it would cost us $40,000.
Okay, so because we already paid Juicebox $25,000, which I assume is for the design, do they have a payment to just maintain the site, or is that $25,000? Because you said like Final Site, they wouldn't have to design it, right? Because we'll just stay with what we have. But if we already paid Juicebox $25,000 to design it, do they have just a maintenance of the website?
So I guess your question is utilize Juicebox's design services and have it hosted or maintained by another company? I don't believe that's a possibility.
Okay, but to host it and maintain it is $25,000 a year for Juicebox?
Yes, ma'am. To all the services they include, they annualize a cost. And so for the next 4 years, we signed a contract to pay them $25,000 per year for those services.
Okay, but we're not sure that we can get out of it at this point, correct?
Lane's had a few initial conversations, but yeah, we haven't dug in with legal to quite look at all the wording and all that. But the conversations have been okay. I mean, the few that you've had.
Yeah, the conversations have been promising. We've talked about reducing the district's liability on this, maybe renegotiating the contract. We need to send the service agreement and talk about what we can do with it.
Okay.
Depending on the board's will.
Yeah, I mean, my concern with leaving it in here, as a savings is we can't count on it.
Just remove it.
We could remove it. We could.
Until we get a better answer. If we go with that.
Yeah, that'll give us.
I just don't want to put us in a position where we're estimating wrong as much as we can.
Absolutely. And we want to have a high confidence level, so we can remove that. Okay, so the Loomis Armored Car Service, and I'll let Crystal speak to that. That started this year. We think if that's something that we want to maintain and the board is okay with that we can fund it out of a different fund. We can kind of talk about the importance of cash handling and having clean audits and, picking up money from the sites and those kind of things. So Crystal, you want to?
Sure. So this kind of started this school year to address some of the audit issues that we've had over multiple fiscal years over cash handling. It was to currently we have Loomis going to each school site, picking up once a week and taking all deposits to the bank. Prior to this year, everything had to come to the district office using our own mail couriers, and then a district office employee had to prepare the deposit as one big bulk deposit and take it to the bank themselves. So in order to eliminate a lot of the security risk, that's why we looked into Loomis. So the options are move that fee to another fund altogether, so we could split something between indirect costs and even food service, because some of the money goes through the cafeteria, so it can be charged to their fund as well. or go back to the way we were doing it and eliminate it altogether.
Can I just ask one question? Have you seen a difference in the audit this year with, doing it with a service?
We haven't been audited yet since we started the service, so that'll be our audit for next year.
Okay, Mr. Kenyon.
Yeah, thank you. No, initially when you look at this, it's like, well, why do we need that? But I do remember seeing the audits where this was one of the areas, the cash handling. There's so much room for potential fraud. There's so much room for, liabilities, as you said. And this was one of the recommendations to reduce those. And so I do think it needs to stay. I do agree it would be better if it came out of a different fund, though.
Ms. Schmidt.
Yeah, I would be fine with it coming from different funding and figuring out how to pay for that in a different way. Personally, the idea of district employees having to carry cash to the bank just does not feel good. There's just so many things that could go wrong there, and so having it handled by someone else seems like the safest possibility as well. I wouldn't want to be the employee who was tasked with having to do that, so I wouldn't want to put that on someone. So if we could figure out a way to pay for that in a different way, or do we need them to come once a week? Could they come once every other week? Would that reduce our costs? I don't know if that matters, but just all the things to look at.
Yes, we have a deadline of when cash comes into a school, how quickly that has to get to the bank. So that's 5 business days. That's why we decided on once a week. That's the bare minimum we could do. Another thing we've looked at is maybe going back to consolidating stops, but we'd still have some money being transported to another site so they could pick up, say 2 or 3 sites at one location.
Thank you. Mr. Svencioni.
I personally don't have a problem with getting rid of the service. I know if this is the first year we have it, we don't even know if it's beneficial to us yet. And I know a lot of schools don't use services. I personally know that. The staff does take the money in. But it is a safety concern to people, I understand it too, so I'm okay with reallocating it to a different fund. But also not opposed to totally eliminating it either.
I'm with Mr. Svencioni. I would be in favor of eliminating it. I just think some of these other funds, we could be depleting them. I have not seen the audit where this was a concern, so, I too would kind of like to see, did we solve the problem, with this service? Because if we didn't, then we might as well go back. So I'd kind of prefer to get rid of it, but, I'll go with the board's majority to move it if that's, the consensus of the board.
Would you be okay with paying for it through a different fund for now, and then when we get the audit report, seeing if this actually helped? And then at that time, we can look at eliminating it if we need?
Do we sign a contract with this company?
It's an annual thing, so we can always adjust.
But if we start for next year, then we have to go through with it.
We'd have to look at our contract if we're locked in, or we can make changes throughout the year. I believe we can make changes.
I guess will the audit show up before the contract has to be renewed?
Right.
Yes, yeah, we'd have to start it for the new year if we want to keep seeing if it's effective. I can say that it is effective for getting things to the bank on time. That was one of our biggest issues because there was just so much, it was going through a lot of hands, it takes longer. So that's definitely been helping. The other part of it is our recent auditors, the performance review that we had, their biggest issue was the security of it. So that is addressed automatically just by having it, but we'd have to see audits if we'd get 0 findings in our bank deposits being late, or maybe less findings in bank deposits being late. We'd have to see next year.
I'm okay, if we want to keep it and move it to a different fund, but I definitely think we need to move it to a different fund. But I'd really like the board to revisit it, in the future.
Okay, I'm going to move it up. And then I can talk about line item number 24. So that is using some prepaid money that we have sitting in an account to pay for a portion of the district insurance. That's our property vehicle liability insurance. So we have a prepaid account with that company, and they've just been holding a little bit of a balance in there for us. It's gotten up pretty high. So we're pretty comfortable that if we used $100,000 out of that prepaid account, it wouldn't put us too low, but it would help with the invoice that's going to be coming in mid-July.
But this would potentially be a one-time
This would be a
fix.
one-time thing. We couldn't do that again without going too low in that prepaid account.
I mean, again, I caution the board to do something that's a one-time fix for a whole, fiscal year. And $100,000 is quite a bit. It's not just the $20,000 fix. We're talking about a large, the director's salary. So while I think it's great, I just am concerned for the future. What are we going to cut next year or the following year?
The increase the fees, that was an idea that came out of the community forum, which was a really good idea. And we need to have a better system to collect the fees.
Hold on a
I
second.
want to
sorry.
talk about the
Can we
fees.
finish? Well,
Oh, sorry.
we haven't finished talking about what we want to do with the used prepaid. Are we going to say yes, make it yellow,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
22?
I mean, what's everybody's feeling about it being a one-time issue?
Personally, I don't, it kind of stinks that it's a one-time issue, but in order to do, I don't want to take a chainsaw to everything. If we can use this to soften the blow on other areas, I would rather do that. And then, obviously, we already have a plan in place that the board's going to be updated monthly, assuming, what you gave us, Mr. Hicks, moves forward, that will be updated monthly. We can keep an eye on things if we have to adjust, but I think that this will help soften the blow on what we have to do tonight, the cuts that we have to do tonight.
Ms. Schmidt? Do you have any thoughts about?
Sorry, I'm good right now. I totally lost my train of thought, so. I'm
Mr.
fine.
Cerncioni?
Can you move
I agree we need to caution for the one times, but I think we need to do it and just pay attention to it.
Okay. I think we need to do it, but, we have to think that it's a position, a large position for next year. I do want to talk about the fees, because I just want to provide some history, and I'm pretty sure Mr. Kenyon was on the board or close, but we raised the fees I wrote it down. In 2022, we raised the athletic fees from $25 to $50 when the override had not passed yet. It passed in November of 2022. And the board never changed that. They kept the fees, higher. And so, my concern is, have we really dialed into, how much are the referees or the umpires? How much, the stipends? Like, have we figured out what the actual cost of the program is? Because there's very specific state statute even about athletic fees that we cannot exceed the program cost. So my concern with this is that if we haven't done, the findings, the work to know if we can do it, are our fees equaling what the cost of the programs are? We are really limited for at least athletic fees by state statute. And then for the preschool, the history also is that when we started the preschool, for fiscal year 23 was the first year of inclusion preschool or tuition based. It was $275 a month, and then in May of 2024 we raised it to $300 a month. So we did also just make some increases. So, my same question for preschool would be, are we paying for the half-time, the half portion of the inclusion teachers? Like, have we factored out what that cost is, how many kids we are putting in the preschool. You know, those are my personal concerns about the fees. So I guess my question is, have we worked out those specific things?
If the board was interested in increasing the fees, we would bring that, work that out. I do know from conversations with Tara, I know we are pretty much a great deal in the West Valley, probably the best deal for tuition-based preschool, where we could get a lot more, still be a great deal for a family, but not be bottom of the barrel. But we haven't done the work, like you said, to talk about what does it pay for, what does it cover, is it covering our cost? However, this idea was brought up in the community forum, so we explored it a little bit, but not in detail, to say, is there savings there if we do a better job of collecting these fees, which we need to do a better job of, and then can we still be a great deal for families, athletics, and with preschool, still be, you know, in the lower part of the market? Are we leaving money on the table? We don't want to put this on the backs of people, but we can definitely dive in more to see, you know, are we covering our costs with these programs? Or what else are we missing out on with referees and sports and things like that? So, but we do know we need to do a better job of collecting our fees, specifically athletically. We want our kids to have the opportunity, and there's opportunities to be scholarship to play a sport, but we want our schools to do a better job and have a system of collecting and tracking when kids play a sport. $50 pretty smoking deal for 2 months, and you get the uniform and games and those kind of things. And so I do think we can do work in there.
So we're saying remove it.
Personally, I'm okay with leaving it on here. The $10,000, that seems like a pretty conservative number in my opinion. You know, looking at athletics and preschool. Especially with, well, you know, my kids are athletes. They're always in sports here, and you know, as a parent, if I want my kids to be involved, I gotta pay a little bit. And you're right, this is much cheaper than any district I've ever been in when it comes to sports fees and athletics. So I think I'm okay leaving it here because the number's only 10,000. I think it's actually gonna be more savings than that when it comes down to it. Again, I agree, Ms. Zimmerman, that administration needs to dive into it, make sure we're not violating any, you know, statutes or anything. But I do think that we're pretty low when it comes to our fees at this moment.
Ms. Schmidt?
I would be okay with leaving it here with the understanding that you're going to do the deep dive, making sure that we're in line with state statutes and that you know, we're not overcharging for anything, or but also, you know, coming up with a way, if you said that the schools are not doing a good job of actually even collecting the fees, that's probably a great place to start. But yeah, so I'm okay with leaving it as long as there's like the asterisk, you know, we're gonna dig into it and come back with those actual numbers so that we can be sure that we're not violating any statutes.
Mr. Srenzuni?
I'm good.
Yeah, I would, you know, I would have a hard time personally raising the fees for athletics, but, you know, I want to see if we're breaking even, because I do think we should come close. And for preschool, I think we should break even. The tuition students should be paying for the other half of that inclusion teachers. So I would just like to see the numbers. I am more of a conservative and would rather not leave the number if we don't know it, but I'm okay for right now because it is a smaller number, but, you know, it does make me a little nervous.
Becky, did you want to speak? So what do you want to make that yellow? What do you want to do?
No, it can be, I think we're okay with it green.
Oh, yellow is a green.
Yeah.
The one-time purchase.
Oh, yes, I apologize. Yes, I'm fine with it being yellow. Sorry.
Okay. Becky, maybe you could speak to the one-time purchase reduction. I mean, what you were looking at when you saw those. We kind of just put that title on there. But when you were going through the books, that we had the 50,000 one-time purchase reduction, things that were out of M&O. I know I'm putting you on the spot, but we were trying to find a title to what to call those things.
Crystal, you remember?
I know some of it was some special one-time maintenance projects.
Can you say that again?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I know a portion of that was some special one-time maintenance projects. And like Bob had mentioned earlier, there's a lot of things like with bringing grounds on board that this year we had to buy that piece of equipment, but that's not something we would ever have to buy at least, for 10 or 15 years. So some of that was that money. But I can't think of a specific example off the top of my head.
I'm okay.
So one concern I have with that is like it's so hard to pinpoint even a conversation here that how are we going to say we're going to be able to save $50,000 if we're not even sure what it is, and next year we might have some random first-time purchases also. So I kind of don't want to say that we're going to be able to save $50,000 when we're not even sure what we're talking about.
I would have the same concern.
Yeah, we can move that, and even like you said, Member Sancioni and Vice President Zimmerman at the beginning, one-time purchases do come up for things, right? So it is hard to predict that, and I'm sorry I'm short on the memory. I know it was a lot of different little things that we were trying to throw in there and find a title for. The shared instructional coach, so that would be at Loretta Zumbro and at Liberty because of their size, because they'd be a lot smaller than another school. Kind of the recommendation would be to have them have a 0.5 until those schools continue to grow into having a full-time. So as opposed to adding another FTE for instructional coach, unless the board so desired, that we could potentially split that until those schools continue to grow. It's an important job, we know it is, but again, that's something that the board could make that a 1.0 if you'd like, but again, we have a moving target with Loretta Zumbro. We don't know how big that school will start off as we open the doors, and then Liberty's going to be small, we know, for the next couple of years until that development really kicks in, like Dr. Sloat has kind of talked to us about.
My question with sorry, I just had a question, is with the savings, are you accounting for that 100,000 as part of the encumbrances that we thought we were gonna have for Loretta Zumbro? Like Dane had mentioned, that he had set aside like $500,000. Is that 100,000 part of that? Because it's not really a savings because Liberty already has one.
Yeah, I think it was different. I think when Dane was talking about the 500,000, that was a pretty conservative number for those kind of 4 positions I was telling you about, and they may not even be that high, but I think these were separate because we had started this worksheet with Dane before he left.
So is it really $100,000 savings then? Because Liberty already has one. So
Well, if we hired another, like if they both went 1.0 and we hired another instructional coach, that person's salary and benefits, we just estimated up to close to, benefits are 21% of the salary.
okay, but was it in part adding one for Loretta? Was it part of the encumbrances that you planned for fiscal year 26 to consider it a savings?
I don't want to get I don't.
Am I not saying?
Can somebody help me out? I don't
Okay.
want to misspeak. I'm trying to get a good handle on.
Madam Vice President, members of the board, I don't think we know. There's lots of spreadsheets and lots of things that multiple people have been touching, and so we can't say with complete certainty.
Okay, so that makes me incredibly nervous then, because that's a large number that we leave there in hopes, you know what I mean, if we don't know. Oh, so sorry.
I think Dane did put that in there as a plan of savings. That's just from my last conversation with him, that it would be planned to share it, so that would be a savings because we wouldn't have to hire one for Loretta Zumbro. Just from my last conversation with him.
I guess what we're trying to figure out is, was that position at Loretta Zumbro part of the budget already? So is it truly a savings, or was it something we're thinking we're saving by combining, but we never actually thought we were going to fill that position at Loretta Zumbro to begin with?
So initially, when, this is from a conversation I had with Dane, he thought that would be one we would have to spend money on. The principal, the shared, like they have at Liberty and Estrella, the shared coach and AP, which he budgeted about 100,000, the custodian, and there was one more, maybe office manager, 4 that would be unique. And then he decided if we share with Liberty and Loretta, then that would save us about 100,000, was his thought. That was just a conversation I remember having with him. So now we wouldn't have to do that, we could just share, so then that would save us money when this budget conversation came up.
But in the 3.6, I think we'd have to go back to look at that February 20th meeting. In the encumbrances that got us to being, over 3.6, is that 500,000 that he had said, because I had a conversation with him about Loretta as well. I'm just trying to,
Let us get back to you on that, to Ken's point. Let's just make sure there's conversations that have happened, but let's get back. Was it part of that encumbered, I think he called it pre-encumbered 500,000. I don't think it was, but we'll go back and look.
Madam Vice President, members of the board, I would still, the question is whether you not achieve 100,000 or not. I would not put this down. I would still have the conversation about, is it okay that they share one and you are doing that? The question is whether or not that actually generates savings or not.
So, yeah, actually, leaving it yellow, but we need to come back.
That's what I would do, yes.
Okay, but I'm not sure, should it be in the
Yeah,
money,
correct, yeah.
because we can't necessarily count that it's a savings. And, okay, yeah, no.
Sorry, I think it is a savings if we are not having to hire a second, an additional coach for Loretta Zumbro. And I think that's where whether and administration can come back and tell us what the plan was previously, but moving forward, we're saying we're not going to hire another coach for Loretta Zumbro apart from the one that we have at Liberty. Does that make, again, budgeting, expenditures, right? So budgeting wise.
We have to research it to come back to see if it actually does.
Okay.
Either way, combining will save us money this year.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
HSA savings, you moved that one, right, Crystal? That was one I think that came up. Okay, that
That's
one
down,
came
right?
up. Let's see, where are we? Okay, so Dreambox. So some mixed opinions talking to the principals about Dreambox. Some that it wasn't real affirmative or negative. It was kind of just mixed. However, when we did have the community meeting, it came up a couple times with a couple of the tables that there wasn't a real favorable view of Dreambox from some of the people in the room. But so because of that, and because it came out in Dr. Sloat's, we added it up here. I believe that $73,000 is a yearly annual renewal that we pay for it. Dreambox is an online math program that students can do from home. And some of you know it because your kids do it, and some of you might have feelings for it one way or another, but we put it up here because it came out of the community forum.
Mr. Kenyon?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those kind of luxury things that I see. Like you said, I've heard mixed reviews of it. My kids use it, they love it. They're always on it at home. I think it helps them learn at home, which is a great thing. However, I do think, this isn't directly in the classroom. It's one of those things where it's kind of a luxury thing. So when we're looking at these hard issues, we have to look at where we can cut and try to stay away from the classroom. So I'm okay with this coming off.
Ms. Schmidt?
I'm probably the one up here who knows the least about Dreambox. So, do we have any other alternative for math that they could use for like online math? I know my son's school uses IXL for math. So, do we have 2 programs currently that if we're getting rid of Dreambox, there's still something else that they could be using? Because I think I've heard that we do have IXL for something, right?
just for very few. I think the gifted program uses it, and then kids that age out of Dreambox that like master the 8th grade standards, then if, you know, that allows them to keep going, IXL goes higher.
Okay. But there is IXL for lower grades, right? Do we have access to that, or do we not have access to that with our?
I think it's only
ours?
for the gifted.
Okay.
I think it's available, but I think we only use it for
Got
for
it.
the gifted, yeah. And
Yeah.
and there could be free online. I don't know the answer to that
Yeah.
question. I'd have to.
Because I would, you know, I mean, it's a great thing to use, and if kids are using it, that would be another question. How often is it being used? Is it being utilized enough to pay $73,000 a year for a subscription for it? Like, that does seem like a lot of money to me. I don't know what the going rate is for that, since I don't purchase them, but you know, if we're seeing, I'm seeing thumbs down from the audience, and
I think, and I think if it helps, we can also try to bring some Dreambox reports to look at usage rates. Again, this is people's kind of opinion that we've heard.
And you know, I would agree that it's sort of like a luxury item, kind of. I would rather keep teachers, right? $73,000, if we're looking at that, that's almost 2 other positions somewhere else, potentially. And, you know, sometimes that's exactly what you have to look at. We did in my other life, you know, we were paying $120,000 for a subscription for something like this, and we cut it to have a position so somebody's job didn't get eliminated. Those are the kinds of things we're talking about. So I would lean for keeping humans and getting rid of a subscription.
Mr. Cerancioni.
I am in favor of getting rid of Dreambox. As a parent, that caused so much frustration to my child. I don't think it's a good program. Yeah, it's frustrating. If you get the answer wrong, it just tells you you're wrong, and the kid has to start over. Like, it doesn't teach them what they did wrong. It's frustrating. I'm all in favor of getting rid of it.
My children have a very similar experience to Mr. Ciceroni's. My concern is should we be eliminating not necessarily the program, but the instructional support, because I do think that teachers use it in the classroom. I do think that they are, for 100% junior high students, are definitely doing Dreambox in their classes, at least in my particular school, you know, where my children attend. So I guess I shouldn't speak for everybody. But it does allow teachers to assign standards and things like that. I do think IXL is a great program, and my son particularly enjoys it way more than Dreambox for the reasons that Mr. Cerancioni mentioned, that it explains what you do wrong. But from my understanding, IXL is more expensive. So I also would be in support of removing it, more along the lines of human versus, you know, a program. But, you know, of course, my concern is, you know, the board has talked about, you know, proficiencies and achievement, and, you know, is that supporting that? You know, that's where my concern is, should we really be replacing it with a more valuable program? But I think in the situation we're in, it probably needs to be a reduction at this point. So, are you okay with that, Mr. Kenyon? Because I think you were, okay.
So in a conversation with the teacher advisory group and also with some of our principals, we were trying to identify, was there any curriculum materials, supplementary materials that are being used that we're not getting a bang from the buck from the principals and some of the teachers? And so these were 3 programs that came up. Define Learning is I believe it's an online career exploration type software that's specific to Blue Horizons. What's that? Okay, their career and technical education, yeah, it's very specific to Blue Horizons, to their signature program, the Define Learning. Explore Learning, I believe, it's a science supplementary one, is the Gizmos, that we didn't hear a lot of positive from the teacher group or the principal group. And then the HMA education, that is the Saxon math that we were considering to have at Loretta Zembro, the traditional math curriculum. So we paused that process We paused the process just to put that up with everything happening with the budget. So that 38,000 is kind of a conservative number, but those were 3 of the kind of curriculums that we just identified that we might be able to have some savings on. There was, you had Achieve 3000 that had some pretty strong positive opinions and other things that came out, but these were ones that didn't seem like there was a lot of love lost from the teachers and the principals when we talked about with them. And then with regards to the traditional math, we could always reevaluate that in the future. We could always just look at that, continue our current math, our illustrative open up math over at Loretta Zumbro. And just like I said, we paused the process of looking at that just with everything happening with the budget. So those were 3 of the curriculum materials reduction. I think we may even have a list of other curriculum materials. I think that Crystal added up like all the supplementary curriculum materials from Ed Services that we pay for annual. Some of them are like a 2 or 3 year thing. So when we renewed like Achieve 3000, we renewed it, I believe, for 3 years, and we're going into year 2. Is that right, Crystal?
Achieve 3000, we have till June 30th, 2027. And Reading Horizons, we have until June 30th, 2029. So we've prepaid on those, and we got great deals by doing that.
And I will say Reading Horizons is a very, at least with the groups we talk to, a very valuable program to our teachers, K2, K3, and our principals. They really spoke highly about Reading Horizons, and I think it's our 2nd year, and people are showing a lot more fidelity to it. That's kind of our phonics-based program. So that was definitely one that was a resounding, we love Reading Horizons. So that was one that came loud and clear.
Mr. Kenyon.
Yeah, thank you for going to the teachers, going to those who utilize these curriculums and discussing this with them, because I want to give them as much support as possible, but if these are ones that they're saying aren't necessarily working, we can put a pause on it, then I say let's do it. And then if you can find more, where that list continues to grow, sometimes we want so many materials at our hands, and then we don't know which one to use, and just things that we pay for just sit and collect dust. So, no, I appreciate this, and I'm okay with these at this moment.
Ms. Schmidt.
I agree with Mr. Kenyon. If the teachers and the principals are saying these are not being utilized, or they're not the greatest programs, and that's who I'm gonna have to trust because they're the ones using them. So, and then continuing to look through and seeing if there's other things that we're just not utilizing, or if we're paying a lot for them and only one teacher is using it, it's probably not worth what we're paying for it. So I'm good with leaving these.
Mr. Scienzioni.
I agree.
Okay. My only question was for the Define Learning for the Blue Horizons signature program. Do they have any other supports? Because certainly we're providing signature program supports to other campuses. I just want to be careful that we're not removing their only support for their signature program.
Yeah, let me look into that. I know Mr. Naminsky was part of this conversation.
Okay.
But I don't want to make that assumption. I assume there's something else, but let me find out if there was something else.
Okay. So I'm okay right now, but I would just like that if there are other things we're going to discontinue, that you bring it to the board prior to doing that.
Understood. Okay, and so now we're to kind of the attrition positions that the board started to discuss a little earlier, and Dr. Mohorn was clarifying about some of our attrition. So positions we haven't been able to fill, or positions that potentially we've contracted out this year. And I apologize that there was a lot of confusion initially when we're looking at like counselor attrition. That's not to say instructional coaches is the #1 priority. That's to say that there's one potential position that's not filled next year that could be a reduction. And then you have psychologists and counselors there. So those are some big ticket items, as you can see, and so we can kind of discuss that a little more now.
Could we just move the step? Okay, could we just move that step increases not given up, because we've all agreed to that, and that will.
Yeah, where is that? Okay, 35, thank you. And so where are we at, Crystal? Okay. Okay, we're right around $1 million. Okay, so, so get it 31, 32, and 33.
May I jump in real quick? I just want to say one thing about step increases just for hourly staff. If we don't, we may run into in January, when the minimum wage, we might be in trouble by not meeting the minimum wage for our hourly staff if we don't do step increases. So just something to keep in mind, just with our hourly staff. We might be in.
Could you bring back what that would be for that particular employee group
Yeah.
for us?
Yeah, just something to think about. We might be in trouble for that one.
Sorry, that's not going to help. Step increases won't help with the minimum wage. That'll be if we don't add any money to the hourly support staff wage schedule this year, that in January of 2026, we might be below the minimum wage, so we'll have to do an increase at that point. The only other thing, I would love to bring back the hourly support staff numbers just for consideration, because they're very smally paid. Our lowest paid employee group, to not give them those will be hurting them greatly.
Yeah, could we bring that back just for us to see, especially the minimum wage, because if we're not meeting that, we're gonna have to meet that, so we need to factor that in. Okay, so let's talk about, this is where, it's gonna get more difficult because these are directly affecting our kids. So let's talk about counselors. So when it says attrition, how many counselors do we currently have do we have one per school?
No.
No.
Do you want to grab the mic, Dr.
Sorry.
Mulhorn? No, that's okay. We want to make sure we have the accurate numbers.
That are our employees, we have 4. That are contracted employees, we have 2.
Okay, so did we only plan to have 6 this year? Oh, did we plan to have 7?
We did plan to have 7. We wanted to have 7. We could not find 7, so West Star and Estrella are currently sharing one.
Okay, but theirs is paid through a safety grant.
A school
correct?
safety grant.
Okay, so if we were to not fill 3 of them, that would be taking them mainly away from our Title I schools, correct? Because if Estrellas and West Stars are paid by a safety grant, they're not being paid out of M&O.
For this year, they wouldn't be paid out of M&O.
For fiscal year 26?
Right. For fiscal year 26 would be the only year they wouldn't be paid out of M&O. For Estrella and West Star only. But after that, then they would be paid out of M&O. Just 1 year.
Right, but it seems like it wouldn't make sense not to take advantage of the safety grant while we have it.
If we can find somebody, we weren't able to.
Sure.
Yeah, that's.
But, my concern is if we're getting rid of 3, so that's leaving 2, basically, for.
No, we would still continue to have our 4.
We just
Yeah.
wouldn't be paying for the contracted positions any longer.
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Okay, but the ones at Estrella and West Star can only service those particular schools because of the grant, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then we're sharing 2 for 5 schools?
Right
Or-
now, we have 4. We have 4 that are ours, currently.
Okay, just to clarify, I
Yep.
think this is where the confusion is coming in. So we currently have 4.
Yes.
We have 1 that is shared between West Star and Estrella.
That is
That
cor-
is one of the 4 that we're discussing.
No.
So that is a separate.
That's separate. So we
So
have
we
4
have
that are
4,
ours,
and
then
then
we have
that's a
2
fifth.
more that are contracted, 2 additional that are contracted. 1 at Blue Horizons
Okay.
by himself, and 1 that is shared between West Star and Estrella.
Okay, so the one between West Star and Estrella is one of the contractors.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And then we have 4 that are employed through the district.
Correct.
So
Yes.
we're still gonna keep those 4.
We are still keeping those 4. We plan on doing nothing with those 4. The 2 that are contracted, their contract automatically ends at the end of the year.
Okay, and then, but for the West Star and Estrella one, because it's paid through another fund, if we can find a person to fill it, we would still fill that.
That's our goal. That's our goal. That's always our goal, is to fill that with somebody, with the caveat knowing that it would only be for a year that it would be paid for out of the grant.
Okay.
So that person we would technically hire for 1 year, knowing that we have 1 year of grant funding.
Okay, so when we're talking about the savings though, like, are we accounting for the grant money? Because 2 of those really are coming from Westar and Estrella, because you couldn't
Could be.
fill one. So is it really a savings to M&O because they're being grant funded?
Not technically, those 2, not technically, for the fiscal year 26. Not
Okay.
for the next fiscal year 26. Blue Horizon, yes, for sure.
Right, so if we do the attrition, that's not really the savings then, because 2 of the 3 are being grant funded.
They should be grant funded. If we would find somebody, they should be grant funded.
Well,
But it's not a savings to, it's
To
not a
M&O.
savings to M&O if they're funded by the grant anyways.
Right.
You know,
How are we paying? So what are we paying the contractors out of?
M&O.
M&O.
Currently, how we pay them.
Yeah.
oh, okay, so we're currently paying the contracted person at Estrella and
On
Westar.
M&O, yes.
Oh.
Yeah,
So it wouldn't be a
Doing
savings,
that.
Yeah.
because they won't hire through the other.
Mm-mm.
yeah.
Okay, well, I don't think.
Because you can't use the grant money to pay for a contractor.
No,
So that's the issue.
unfortunately.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that makes sense.
When the school safety grant adjusted years ago away from SROs and gave you the option for social workers and counselors, a lot of districts ran into this, not
Yeah.
being able to find those positions, which was a challenge.
So we're basing the savings off of this year because right now none of it's being grant funded.
No.
Okay, I just want to make
Yep.
sure that we're 100%.
Because we could technically have to pay for it next year if you wanted to have counselors. It would have to be M&O again.
Yeah,
So it would be a savings if you didn't have counselors in those, because it's all coming out of M&O.
So a model would look at a shared counselor, right? A counselor that'd be shared at 2 schools, might be Monday, Tuesday at one school, Wednesday, Thursday at another one. If there's a crisis, they go over to the neighboring school or what have you, but
That's
it
what's
could
happening right
set
now.
up like that, where a counselor's shared between the principals. So they still have someone on campus and they come up with that schedule. We don't make them drive, every day to a different spot, but we just say, or a week to week, whatever the principals figure out. But it's been my experience that you come up with like a Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday model or something like that for continuity.
That's kind of what I was thinking, but also, with, most of our schools having assistant principals now, that kind of should help with the counselor side of things, when it comes to dealing with discipline, when it comes to dealing with, getting the families involved, reaching out to parents, all that kind of stuff. And so with the 3 positions for attrition, really, I like what you said. Basically, I know it's not popular opinion, at least in this room right now, with, kind of letting these go with attrition. Again, it's a hard thing. We have a budget we got to figure out, and these are positions that we haven't been able to fill. We've been having to fill them with, 2 of the 3, right? There's still 1 open position.
Right.
Because there's 7. And so, if we can't find somebody to fill it, and we've been making it work, then, I think we just get a little more creative, like Dr. Monroe was suggesting, and we go ahead and we do without it for the time being. We realize the savings, and then if budget allows, then we can look at increasing this next time.
Well, and two quick thoughts too. There were some really good points made at the community forum. One was we have our SSOs for a year. It's not to say they have the same skill set as a counselor, but they do fill a different need. And again, it's only for a year. And then it's also, the second thing I would say, it's also my understanding that, Dr. Mahoney, I think the school safety grant is going to reopen. It reopens every 3 years, and I think it's going to reopen next year, and that's where, again, we can apply. At least in the past, you've been able to apply for funding for SRO, SSO, counselor, social worker. So at that time, we could evaluate and say, hey, does the board want to, because we only have the SSOs for 1 year, we think, 1 school year at every school. And, but again, that's another grant opportunity if we wanted to look at counselors or SSOs to continue, or SRO, but that was an idea someone brought up at the community forum that I thought was really good about having, that'll be a new feature on the campus that most campuses haven't been used to, is that officer on campus, having lunch with kids, being out on duty, you know, building relationships, those kind of things. So not the same as a counselor, but it does kind of fill a need in a way.
Yep.
So if we were able to hire for Estrella and Westar with the grant, then really we'd be sharing 4 with 6 schools, but Loretta being very small, which again, we still haven't gotten to that discussion, but, right?
If we were able to hire for Westar and Estrella, we'd be sharing 6 with 8 schools. Because we have 4, and then we have the other 2.
But can they go to other schools because they're grant
No,
funded?
you're right, my mistake. No, we'd be sharing 4 with 6 schools, which is doable.
Yeah, and I think we just be really smart about where we put them in the greatest need. You know, I think I'd feel comfortable with this, with the, you know, really big goal that we really tried to hire, being able to use the grant money for Estrella and Westar. And then, you know, I think that you probably could share Liberty and Loretta, you know, pretty easily. You know, again, it's not my first choice, but obviously, you know, a lot of what we're doing here is not my first choice, so.
It's been really tough to hire for Estrella and Westar for some reason, really, really tough. And especially with only having 1 year of the grant left and having to be really transparent with the candidates that this is 1 year and 1 year only that we have this.
You know, I think in this particular position that it's, you know, it's not involving, you know, teaching of students, and it's not tied to special ed like a psychologist. Like, I would caution the district to contract it. You know, if we can't fill it, then I think unfortunately we have to kind of make do, and because the contract, I think, is what's killing a lot of the budget.
Just to clarify, you want us to contract that?
No,
Okay,
no,
okay,
no.
that's what I want, yeah. That's what,
No, and
I just want to make sure that that's
that's
not
an
what you're
accurate,
saying.
that's
Yeah.
an accurate statement, no.
No,
That's an accurate statement. Okay, psychologist. So, Dr. Mahorn, you want to give us a summary again? We've been talking about a lot of stuff.
Yep.
Give us another psychologist number, what you met with Kay today, and I
Yep,
know you've
I
been
did
looking
meet
at
with
numbers.
Kay. So after meeting with Kay, she said that we could, here was her proposal, that we could make do with 6 psychs. And LBA and Estrella could share, Westar and Liberty could share, and then Freedom, Rainbow, Blue, and Loretta Zumbro with the preschool would have their own. That was her proposal.
Okay, so how many did we budget for this fiscal year?
So what we had was 7.5. And she said we only would need 6.
So the attrition would be 1.5?
1.5, yeah.
Are we gonna be able to hire a part-time psychologist? Like,
She said we wouldn't need.
oh, no,
part-time.
oh, it's
yeah,
the
she said we
savings,
wouldn't
I'm
need
sorry,
part-time,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
And how many do we currently have? Sorry.
7.5.
We currently have 7.5.
Yep.
She'd say we can go down to 6. No.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep, this is her writing. Yep, she even wrote it.
I mean,
Are some of those contractors? Is that why they're?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
okay. You know, I think we have to do it. You know, again, I'm just gonna vocalize my concern about meeting deadlines for special ed and making sure that we are doing everything we can to test students that have gone through the CST process. Like, for me, it was real, as a special education mom, it was really hard to hear that somebody that went through the CST process last year is just now getting tested in the spring. Like, for me, that hurts my heart that that kid, you know, hasn't been getting, potentially not getting the services they need because we just can't test them, we just don't have the manpower, and so, you know, it's not gonna get any better. And so, you know, if Ms. Hamrick, is that what she's saying we can survive with?
Yep.
You know, but,
She wouldn't know.
you know, it's still, you know, high for me as a concern, but I agree we have to make the cuts, so. Is there any other, I apologize, I keep stepping forward. Okay. Yeah, instructional coach, this is just the extra one at Blue, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So I'm okay with it.
Mhm. Same.
Any thoughts on the instructional coach? Let's see, and then at the bottom, there's another blue, Crystal, and then I think the board has some other. Oh, the reduction of the AD stipend, you want to speak to that one, Dr. Mohorn?
Well, I think
Or is there
we
one
need
more?
to finish talking about
27.
the reading interventionist. I mean, I think we need to discuss those other things, but can we go back to the
Okay.
reading interventionist? And maybe the permanent guest teacher.
Okay, so remind us, Stephanie, on the reading interventionist, Dr. Mohorn,
So-
how many numbers? We had 12 or?
So we budgeted for 12. One, we.
12.5.
12.5. We were never able to fill. One was moved out of the classroom right away into a position, so it was never backfilled. One resigned and one retired. So right now, we have 8.5 bodies in reading interventionist positions, right? Currently, 8.5 people in those positions.
And this is the one we were talking about earlier, where if we
Yes.
wanted to get to 9.5,
Yeah. Right.
every school would at least have one full-time, and we could still reduce by 2.5?
Do whatever. 'Cause
With our title schools having more, but every school would at least have 1.0 instructional coach. I do know this is, again, all of these things are very important, but a very important position for our principals, for our teachers.
Yeah, these are super critical for our kids. However, again, it's one of those things. It's just hard. We're at that point where we got to make cuts, and it's never easy. So, I'm okay if we have to. I don't want to do all 4. I don't want to use that. But what would the board be willing to look at on this?
I would be willing to go to what Ms. Zimmerman said earlier and get back to where we were, which I think we came out to. I wrote down 10 FTE because I think that's what we decided we would need based on the extra time for the Title I.
Because Liberty
Oh.
on this paper,
Only
when you're
has
at
one.
9.5,
Yeah.
only had one.
And they
I
should
think
have one.
they have to have 1.5. So I think we'd have to get
To 10.
10, so
Yeah.
we would save
2, right?
2.5?
Yes.
There
Yeah,
has to be a
that's-
proportional.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we had talked about.
2.5 because we have 12.5 right now.
Okay, so that would be, Crystal just updated that.
And you adjusted the number, sorry, I turned my head for a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had permanent guest teachers. That was one that was discussed earlier, that the board was for keeping. However, we have 9 that were budgeted for, only 7 were filled, 1 at each school right now. But there was multiple board members who said they wanted to keep that. Do they want to keep the 9? Do we want to reduce?
I just want to ask, is the number for 9 or for 7, the 326?
And Malia reminded me, last year that was reduced to 7, just 1 at each building.
Oh,
So it's actually 7, yeah.
Oh, so, okay, so
Yeah.
is that
But-
number based on the 7 then?
Okay. I
So
just
maybe take
want
that.
to talk about this.
Sorry, this worksheet's gone through a lot of iterations, sorry.
Yeah, I'm still wanting to save those as much as possible. That's kind of our lifeline when we have an emergency. So 1 at each campus seems doable and reasonable for me.
Other thoughts? Are we making that green so that's not a reduction? What's that?
Sorry, if it was going to be 1 at each campus, we would need 8. But,
I don't know that I would assign one to Loretta's.
well,
and
I
Bone
mean,
yet.
I was
Yeah.
just,
Yeah,
just
no.
pointing out
No,
that there would
that's
be
a good point,
8.
a good point.
But following it up with, at this point, when we need to make these cuts and we still have
Right.
money to come off, you know, maybe if we want to keep the guest teacher, as was talked about earlier, maybe we do 3 or 4 that are district-wide and they go to the school that is most in need that day. And because I'm sure they're utilized, but do we need one every day at every school? I'm not in the school, I couldn't actually answer that, but that's a large budget line, and so reducing it by half or down to 3 maybe is more appropriate at this point if we're reducing some of these other areas down as well. So that's my thought.
So I had kind of the same question, Ms. Mayor. I know it was floated about having them at the district. You guys deal with the guest teacher way more than we do filling positions. Is that even feasible? Are they used every day at the schools as a need? Or is
I think they're very
one?
important to the principals and the teachers. I think they would say yes, they're used every day. I'm pretty confident that they would say that. Could we go to a shared model where there's one for 2 sites? We could. We are counting on a larger pool of subs when we start, is it called SubSource? I don't remember what it's called.
ESI.
ESI, we are counting on a larger pool of subs. Do I think that's a magic wand to wish away all of our sub issues? No, but I think it will definitely help. But again, it doesn't have to be all or nothing. We could look at a model that's half and evaluate it as we go. But I think the principals and the staffs would say they're necessary. And some people have been at that campus a long time, so they have a lot of roots and relationships there. So some of these people are very, very valued. I think that's what they'd say.
So you're saying you would want 7? Is that what you're saying?
Well, that would be 1 per site without Loretta Zumbro.
Right.
And, but to Board Member Schmidt's point, I mean, if you don't have a permanent sub position, you could always go back to being a sub, or if you have the qualifications, you could become a classroom teacher. So we could reduce and have a central program system for them to go to the site. But I do know that if the principals were sitting here, my guess is they would say that they're very, very valuable on each site.
They would say that. As much
They
as this would be a big ticket, a good way for us to save a lot of money, I 100% know they would all say that. I can't tell you a permanent guest teacher that's not used every day. If so, it's very rare and few and far between that they're not used.
My other question is, where it says rolled over to M&O from ESSER, so is that really going to be a savings? Because was it on M&O this year?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Yeah, that should
Yes,
just be
it
in
was.
parentheses, sorry. That was a reminder
Yeah.
for us that we originally paid this out of ESSER.
Yeah, it was 100% out of ESSER before, and now this year it was absorbed into M&O.
So what I'm going to say is I know that principals really want this.
100%.
I know that. But I also have to think about the budget.
Mm-hmm.
And when I look at the class coverage and where schools are I'm not going to earn any favors with certain principals right now, but our schools that are not struggling with class coverage, could they share one? And schools, because I don't know if you all looked at the report, it came in an update, I don't know how many weeks ago, don't quote me. But, you know, there are some of our schools that are a lot of class coverage, meaning they're splitting or
All the
they're
time.
all the time. And so I feel nervous removing that. I also have a hard time not being equitable, but I also, part of equitability is giving people what they need. And so if some of our schools are able to get subs easier,
100%.
then maybe they don't need it. And although it doesn't look great on the surface, we have to make really hard decisions here. So for me, freedom, I made my notes.
Yeah, you're right.
Freedom and Blue have-
our most
yeah.
northern schools, Freedom and Blue, have the hardest time,
Yep.
the closer to the freeway or what have you. The schools that tend to be in Estrella or closer to Estrella, maybe because there's a population center there, I don't know, but they can fill it easier than
Yep.
Freedom and Blue. So Mrs. Zimmerman's right on that.
One of the reasons that we are doing ESI, we're really, really hoping that it will help Freedom and Blue with subs and the sub pool and getting more subs over there.
But I think if we were to reduce that, I would want us to give Freedom and Blue their own, and then, you know, share maybe across the others, you know, not one, but I don't know how to get this number, but it is a large line item. And I think to not reduce some of it, I just don't know what else we're gonna add in there, except not opening Loretta Zumbro, which would be about $500,000. So if we wanna talk about that and servicing the children that we currently have, I think it's at least worth a discussion tonight. Because if we didn't open it, or we opened it differently, we opened it with preschool, we opened it with Sierra Schools, who already has a principal, and preschool has a coordinator, could we do that for a year? Or if we could do kindergarten, I'm not sure if the coordinator could overlook kindergarten or not, but with preschool, you're already gonna have to have food service, so, you know what I mean? And that's supposed to pay for itself. I don't know, I just don't know how we're gonna, I'm looking at this budget, and it's gonna get really tricky. So, unless there are other,
Other stuff you wanted to add too, though.
well, the one is up there that I wanted to add, but yes, there was one other thing, so.
As for still at permanent guest teachers, I get what you're saying, and especially with the, you know, the northern schools having the difficulty. Is there a way that we can keep the 7 employed, and kind of like was stated earlier, they can almost be like hot shot, right? If they know Blue has an emergency, there's 2, 3 teachers that called out, the 7 are, instead of them being dedicated to a campus, they're more, that's their home campus, but we have an emergency over here. Let's take a couple from schools that don't need them, send them over there, help kind of fill some of those immediate voids. Personally, I think that that's a better way to go. You still hold on to those individuals, like Dr. Monroe said, or a lot of them have been in the community and in this district for a long time, and they kind of know how things go. I really like the sub pool we're looking at. The concern with that, you know, yes, I know some of our subs will be part of that pool, but it's also going to be subs coming from all over the place, so they're not going to know our staff, they're not going to know our kids, they're not going to know our building layout. There's just so much going on. If we could hold on to these 7 and utilize them better, district-wide, I think that that's probably a better bet, in my opinion.
I got a question too. If you don't mind.
Yeah.
So our subs, like we sub, how are the subs paid? Out of M&O?
Yes.
So even if we got rid of 4 of the guest teachers and we fill it with 4 subs, it's not technically a savings because we still have to pay those subs also.
I'm looking for Mohorn HR. Did
is
you
it-
guys hear that question?
Benefits,
Because
Not
the
much.
permanent guest teachers
Oh, yeah,
paid
but
a
it's not
higher
that
rate,
much.
I think.
Like, I don't think it's that big of a savings though.
So the permanent guest teachers get a higher daily rate. They also get insurance benefits, so that costs us more. And using ones from the pool would be more of an on-demand. So if only one day out of the week it was needed, then we only pay that one day, where the permanents we're paying all 5 days or however many days they're being used.
I guess I'm confused. I thought we said we were using them every day. I thought we were using the guest teachers every day.
Well, they're there, but.
They're
But they're
there,
not
but are
filling.
they in a classroom every day?
Oh, okay.
We'd have to evaluate.
Right, they do money functions throughout the campus,
If
but
there isn't a classroom like needed. My thing is too, is like, kind of to Mr. Sancione's point is, can we ensure, I think sometimes we save the guest teacher in case a sub doesn't get picked up. So then sometimes I think we're left with a sub, with a permanent guest sub, because every position was picked up. But to Mr. Sancione's point, if the first line of defense is you have to use the permanent guest teacher first, the first person that's going to be out that day gets that assigned. I think that would eliminate, I know that principals like to use them in different ways, but if we're talking about a cost savings, like, I think that's kind of where it gets a little tricky.
That's how they've been instructed to use them, that they are supposed to assign them to the first opening on campus and then backfill them with the other guest teachers or reach out to other guest teachers. But the permanent guest teacher is supposed to be the first one assigned on the campus each day. We started the year with reporting, all the campuses reporting to us who was available if they weren't assigned. We never got a day that anybody wasn't assigned. So to try and manage that, you know, we kind of let that go to the wayside just because we were checking with all the campuses every day and they're like, oh, I haven't gotten to assign them to this yet, or this person's out but they didn't put it in and I haven't gotten there yet. So there was a lot of busy work that we never were able to really send a permanent guest teacher to another campus.
So I think a fix to that, if that's going to go, is like having them, like I think you said, or a couple you said, is having them assigned to the district, not to schools, and then the district farms them out.
But it's it's a management piece.
Yeah.
For sure. My question is, when you say that they need to be assigned first, but like, let's say a teacher puts in their day and they have a sub they like, how is that all managed? Because then the principal isn't really involved, right? Like,
Typically, the office managers are the ones that oversee the guest teacher system. So they're supposed to report, especially for future absences, they're not necessarily the teachers are not supposed to reach out to the guest teachers. It's supposed to kind of be through the office manager. Whether that always happens, I can't speak to that. But they're supposed to be managing that when one comes in. If it's, a sick day that's put out in 3 months, that permanent guest teacher should be assigned to that one so it's not available for anybody else to pick up.
okay, just for clarification, in the subsystem, can teachers not request subs? Because I always thought that was,
To my knowledge, we have that feature turned off.
oh, okay.
They put in their absence, but they can't assign or request a specific sub. We have that feature turned off to, yes. So that was the way that the office managers could control assigning that permanent guest teacher and not having that person assigned.
I think this is a really tricky one, so, just to move the conversation, maybe we go back to these other things and we'll keep going.
Sure. Yeah, no,
Not
that's okay.
trying to, I'm just not sure if we're gonna be able to agree completely right at this moment.
Okay, let's
And see
go.
if we can get to some other numbers here.
Yeah, well, I know the board has some things to add on here as well, but Dr. Mohorn, did you want to talk about just the AD stipend idea? Dr. Mohorn, come on up. Why don't you stay up here so you're not coming up all the time? But so the idea, let me think here, would be to reduce the AD stipend at the schools that had an assistant principal, and then to keep the AD stipend, Does that sound right? To keep the 80 stipend at the smaller schools that only had the instructional coach for athletic coverage. Does that sound right?
That's, yep.
And I think that this, just like for a history, you know, frame of reference, I think these came after we passed the override because extracurricular was tied into the override. So to just kind of alleviate, you know, our assistant principals, just, you know, for a frame of reference for the board. I mean, I'll go first. The stuff is not, or do you want to speak to it?
No, I mean, again, it's one of those hard ones where I don't want to touch it, but we kind of have to, you know, and it's not a huge line item, but it is something. And it's important that we get what we need. So I'm at this point, I'm okay with what we have presented here.
I'm seeing nodding of heads, so, you know, I think we have to do it at this point.
Okay.
I mean, I think, you know,
Do you want to go back and talk about the green, or do you guys want to put up some of your ideas?
Yeah, just
Yeah.
one thing, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
So, but the 80 job we put on the assistant principal, right? They're not gonna find some random person and say you're the AD now?
that's a good point.
No, it would be the assistant
Okay.
principal. To be honest with you, I'm not really familiar in my career of schools that have an AP and also have an AD at like the K-8 level. High school different, but no, and you know, I don't get to every sporting event, but I try and get out and spray myself between all the schools and go and support our kids and our athletes, and a lot of times I see the administration there anyways. You know, the principal and the assistant principal is at a lot of the events, at least the ones I pop into.
Yeah, they are. They definitely are.
All right, can we go ahead and go back to the green, at least, well, I guess the permanent guest teacher is blue now, so. You know, these are the coordinators, right? Besides the marketing budget, these are,
And I don't know, I want to say one last thing, I think is me, but the Director of Student Services, when you approved that position in, was it February? It was approved for her to start March 24th was her start date. So she actually starts in the morning.
But just for the rest of this year.
Yeah, so yeah, she's
Contract
actually
for
coming
this year.
in the morning.
Obviously, administrators haven't been
She
issued
actually-
contracts for next year outside of principals.
Yeah.
Outside of principals.
So with what we have up here at the, starting at the green, Director of Student Services, I think it's an important position. I don't necessarily want to cut it, but you know, we're kind of at that point. If we were to eliminate Director of Student Services, eliminate Education Services Coordinator, that gets us to the number we're looking for, at least close. And so I think with Ms. Zimmerman, you know, you wanted to add the Director of Student Services if we were going to have one of these Ed Services positions in there as well. Do you have a preference at this point, Education Service Coordinator or Assessment Coordinator?
from looking at the job descriptions, I think, I mean, I should let you speak, but I'm just gonna answer Mr. Kenyon's question and
Yeah,
then
please,
I'll let you speak. I would prefer to keep the assessment coordinator is, from looking at the job descriptions, but I certainly,
I think that's fair. And again, we would plan on bringing some revised job descriptions to the board because we'd have to sift out duties, but I agree the assessment coordinator is very important. All the positions are important, but I think the job descriptions would look a little different than they do now. So we'd have to bring that to the board for approval. So you could take 3 positions and make that 2, or 2 positions and make that 1 potentially there, and that's at least savings on 1 coordinator position with benefits, 21% of salary with benefits. The number 32, we'll do a little research on that and get back to you on that, because Member Schmidt was asking about kind of what we spent this year, what the budget was.
Yeah, so I'm okay with 29 and 30 then, being the 2 that we look at savings on.
Ms. Schmidt?
Yeah, I would feel comfortable with that being, sort of the compromise that we're coming to, removing from both sides, but keeping the assessment coordinator position.
Mr. Svenciani? Okay. I'm good with 29 and 30 and keeping the assessment coordinator.
Okay, so
So remove 31.
and we still need the board, some of the board's thoughts. I know that you guys may have some thoughts of things to add on here.
I just want to see where we end up.
Oh, we need to remove that one still.
The negative is after, so we still need to cut something else to go into the positive.
Yeah.
Can you remove 31 off, so we just don't get confused? Because we're saying keep that, right?
You also have the permanent guest. Oh, did we talk about class coverage? That one should be yellow, right? Didn't we say that?
Oh, no, we
We're
removed it.
keeping
Oh, we're
class
keeping it.
coverage.
Yeah, we're saving it, sorry.
Yeah, that's what it's
So do you want to move that one down?
It is.
Oh, it is down there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
We're not talking about permanent guest.
I know we need to cut and just, for frame, just to kind of bring us back together, is this is like what we're getting to is the bare minimum. It's not providing us any buffer or carry forward.
It gives us, Ken, I think it's 500,000 carryover approximately?
Yeah, we have.
Oh, we upped the number. Okay, so that would be what, 900,000 carryover?
Well, no, we changed the
because
ADM.
we reduced the
No, no.
ADM
That's right.
down to half.
That's right.
So the 2.3 was the minimum we needed to get to because we reduced from 100 to 50.
Correct.
Which you said would give us about a 500,000 carryover
Correct.
if we got to that
Yep.
2.3.
So in order to give us more of a buffer,
We need to reduce more.
Yeah, cut more.
okay.
Or get more kids.
Well, that's what we're hoping, but that's why we estimate conservatively. But yeah, capture more kids.
Yeah,
Worked out so
but-
far.
So there were a few places, the membership savings and the consulting savings, where you're gonna go back and look at those and see if you can
Yes.
save more, because right now you're thinking that that's pretty conservative. So if those were places where, if we spent half on consulting next year that we did this year, it was 212 this year, I think you said, Ms. Zimmerman. So if we spent 100, I mean, that's a pretty large savings. That gets us closer. So I think those are things that we'll need to see. We're closer, but
Yeah.
we would love to have more. I'm with Vice President Zimmerman on that.
Can I just surface some other ideas that I had? Well, one question I had is Dr. Sloat, because he's grant funded, and from my understanding, we're not going to have that grant next year. Is that a true statement?
I don't know that for sure.
Oh.
Dr. Mohorn, do you know that? I don't think we have confirmation. And last year, it was kind of late in the game when we found that out. I want to say it was like April or something through the Project Momentum grant. I know it's kind of on hold, but we're in the process of asking because we'd like to have Dr. Sloat come back at a minimum part-time because he's pretty close to retirement and such, but he's invaluable. You're right.
Yeah. So, I just want us to be thinking some other things. One of the ideas I had was the reclassification of the assistant superintendent of student services, just because we have created other administrative positions. And again, I'm just talking about the position, I'm not talking about a person, okay? It's I just want to be clear. But when you look at the budget and what we are paying to have an assistant superintendent that's not managing, we have removed maintenance, transportation, food service, all of those things that used to fall under that person's responsibilities, or that role, I shouldn't say person, that role is no longer there. And so is it appropriately classified for the amount of pay that we are assigning to that particular position?
We could look back at the salary study. That could give us a point of reference. I think it probably is. I will say if that was made to be like an executive director or director position, I think that'd be very challenging to find someone who would oversee human resources and student services. I think that'd be very, very difficult to find. But I mean, we could look back at the salary survey for a point of reference, you know, especially if the director of student services does not, you know, if that's a reduction for the next school year, then that position is still overseeing all student issues, all student stuff, and all employee stuff. So it's in my view, it's a tall ask. I appreciate the creative thinking, but not thinking about individuals specifically, I think it'd be very, very hard to find someone to do that scope of that job at that rate.
Yeah, I just, you know, you know, previously that role had a lot more, you know, supervision to different things, and so we've created other roles, which again is a budget, you know, interest. We created the executive director of maintenance. You know, I just, you know, I'm not sure that it, you know, this is just my opinion,
Sure.
right? You
No,
know,
I
this is
think,
just,
yeah, talking about a lot of things. I think those are a lot of big responsibilities to spin those plates and handle those things and not have someone burn out or get sick or do it at a high level. And you're right, some people do manage a lot of things. Currently, the assistant superintendent in that role manages a lot of different functions in addition to athletics, in addition to school safety, which, you know, we lose a little bit with the director of student services. So it's a lot. My fear is the board does that, we feel convicted in doing it, and we don't find someone who wants to do that job at that pay level for so many things. I just don't think it's tenable, and I don't think it would be sustainable to find someone for multiple years to do that. That's my view.
Yeah, and if I could, you know, before some of these positions were created, and a lot of that was put on that position, I can recall times where a lot of things didn't get done in the district because that position had so many responsibilities that they were just spread very, very thin, which a lot has to do, when we created the position that Mr. Young currently holds, and he's been doing a fantastic job, we see a lot of upkeep, maintenance that had been deferred for a long time being taken care of, and that's one of the reasons why we've been spending so much in some of these areas. But putting so many things on one position just spreads them really, really thin. And I don't want us to be top heavy either, right? I don't want us to have a position for everything in administration, but I do think that there's a balance. And currently, especially with what we're doing right now, I'm okay with leaving it as it is. That way we can figure this out. Let's get this balance to see what happens, because this is going to create its own challenges when we have to start delegating different responsibilities to different positions. But it's good to think outside the box, though.
Another thing, you know, is Loretta Zumbro. I mean, I would just like us to at least have a discussion and in the frame of, you know, if the encumbrances are $500,000 to open it, essentially, a principal,
Health assistant,
health, office staff.
custodian, and
We have to figure out
Office staff.
if the instructional coach was part of,
Yeah.
you know. Are we comfortable opening the school with 180 students? Like, as a board, are we comfortable spending that money and champs? Although I did see a position posted where it looks like PE and music is going to share at Liberty. That's the way it's posted.
Yeah, I would have to see with HR, but I think with champs, you're going to have a lot of sharing because of the size of the school at Loretta Zumbro and with Liberty being smaller. but they wouldn't have that exclusive staff until they could grow into it. I'm open to hearing the board's conversation. I think that would be, in my view, a very poor decision, in my view. Loretta Zumbro offers us a great opportunity to move the needle with enrollments if we can have a good principal. I was actually talking to Mr. Naminsky today, and he's going to start knocking doors next week in the area after school just to meet families and bring them to the school. Mrs. Schmidt, Member Schmidt is right. I've opened a lot of schools during my time in Queen Creek, and shiny new buildings attract kids. And being built right on the boundary of Avondale, we have an opportunity to attract enrollment. And we certainly don't want to shortchange our kids within the boundaries. However, we want enrollment. We don't want them to get a voucher. We don't want them to go to a charter. We don't want them to go to the new ALA that's going to be opening, or to Odyssey. And I think it's good to be ahead of the growth. Again, if the school sits for a year, or we have people that are in there, we're still paying maintenance costs. We're still paying landscaping and a lot of those kind of things, energy. And we can find out more information on the $500,000 on the encumbrance if that decision, if that's included. However, I don't think it would be in our district's best interest to not open Loretta Zumbro Elementary. I know it looks really simple on paper where people say, well, just open the school. I think it would be a pebble that would drop into the pond, and we would feel so many ripples, negative ripple effects that come because the state gave us money and then we decided not to open the school. And you have all the political ramifications and things like that. But, you know, I don't know if Ken wants to speak to it. He's been around a long time opening schools and things like that, and what your view is, Ken, or what your insight is.
Madam Vice President, members of the board, if you want, yes, new schools. Actually, Bob, we opened, 20 new schools. They attract staff and students. That is true. You do have more competition than you ever have. You also will invite a lot of political commentary too. But it's all around. Right now, there's more pressure for schools to make sure the governing boards are managing their budgets more than ever. There's bills out there that are now looking at, if you overspend by 50 grand, you go into receivership. So you would all lose your job if you do not do the job. So there's more intense pressure in every different direction. None of this is easy work. And yes, the SFOB would take a shot for funding a school district based on growth, and then the district decided not to open it. So yes, on everything and even more. I don't know if that helps to add to every side of the ledger.
And just remember that the SFOB, they run their own numbers. They get numbers from us. They get numbers from us, but one of the controversial things about the SFOB is they've used this demographer from ASU, and a lot of the districts have an issue with it, but they look at our numbers and then their demography from ASU, the numbers from ASU when they decide on a school site.
Yeah.
We do know school number 9 has been pushed back, Bob, I believe another year up in Estrella to 2029 or something like that they would fund. And being in an area that doesn't have the affinity to pass a lot of bonds and overrides easily, we really rely on that. And so, I don't know what the fallout would be with SFOB, or if we would be in their target, or what would happen potentially. But again, I understand the board wants to make a really good decision. I just wanted to give you my take as the superintendent. Gives us an opportunity to be in front of the growth. Gives us an opportunity to say, look at this school. Come to this school, gives us an opportunity to hopefully relieve Blue Horizons so they can go from 1,000 kids at least down to, 900 or 850 or 800, which is a lot more manageable. And then we saw Dr. Sloat's number shows great growth in that area. And all you need to do is drive around to see all the single family homes that are popping up. Can you imagine moving in, being excited to go to the school, and then it sits for a year, and then you go to a charter and we never get those kids back? So I just think that there's a lot of things for the board to consider if that's what the board wants to take that real seriously with not opening.
Yeah, personally, I feel like the ship has sailed on this project, Loretta Zumbro, that we're so far along in construction, we're so far along in planning. I don't think it's even reasonable to consider not opening it. If we would have had this discussion and knew about what we were gonna be talking about prior to this whole construction starting, that would be one thing, but I think we're so far along now that it's very important that we stay consistent with the community, with everybody who's put so much into it, and it's not just in our district, right? It's statewide. But yeah, we need to see, you know, what we get out of it. I think, like Dr. Monroe said, just even right outside of our border boundaries, they're building like crazy. Inside our border boundaries, they're building like crazy. There's so much growth, and the reason why you know, this all started with Dr. Schuff of focusing on getting school number 8 going because of the population growth. And so just, I think what we did here tonight is a very good jump on getting a hold of the budget. I think that, you know, it's good to have the conversation, but I don't think it's the right move to not open Loretta Zumbro.
Ms. Schmidt.
Excuse me. Is there a benefit to doing some of what Vice President Zimmerman said, you know, starting it with kindergarten and first grade and then building as they move up? Are we worried that we're going to lose too many kids by not having it all the way open right away? I know that I've seen other schools that have opened. Generally, they were high schools, but they opened with 9th grade only, and then each year they added the next grade and the kids moved up, and that's how they filled the school. Is something like that a possibility, that we would still be opening it, just not fully opening it? Is there cost saving, you know, would we be saving anything by doing it that way or not?
Well, right now the plan is to open at K-6 and then have the 6th graders matriculate up to 7th grade and then 8th grade the year after. So the original plan was K-6, and I don't know what the difference would be if we just opened K-3 between a K-6. Plus you have multi-sibling families where big brother, big sister comes with. Right. And so, but the plan was K-6 and then to add 7th and add 8th grade, so we wouldn't be adding athletics and a lot of those middle school things for quite a while. The preschool is an option there, the Sierra Schools, that we have Sierra Schools program at Rainbow Valley and one at Freedom currently. The preschool families who attend Loretta Zumbro are likely to fall in love with their teacher, likely to fall in love with the facility and want to keep their kids at the school or keep their kids at Liberty, because if they have a good preschool experience. So although it may be smaller this first year, and again, and I'm knocking on wood, I could be wrong. You never know when you open a school. You know, like I said, I opened 5 in Queen Creek, and we wish we could have been ahead of the growth as opposed to behind the growth, because we'd have multiple Blue Horizon schools that were very, very crowded. So that would kind of answer your question. I'm not exactly sure if we opened at K-3 what the difference would be between K-6, because you'd still have to move teachers over there and those kind of things.
Mr. Sorrentini.
Yeah, I mean, these are all valid concerns everybody's having. My opinion is we need to keep going with opening it. I don't want to say the ship has sailed, because that seems kind of bad, but because you miss your ship, you know. But I think we just got to keep rolling. It's a toss-up. Like, is it going to be successful and bring more kids? We all hope so. I think we just have to go see what happens. I know it's a bad thing to say, but.
And I hear everybody's concerns, and it's not that I don't disagree, but I'm also looking at the budget, and I'm like, if you take those guest teachers and move them, we haven't even broken even, and I don't feel comfortable going into the year with no buffer and no opportunity to build the reserves. I don't think that's a good plan. We haven't adhered to the adopted budget for the last 2 years because things happen. I'm not saying that it's totally being overspent. Like, we just can't predict everything, but we need to give ourselves the buffer. And so if you remove those guest teachers, we haven't even broken even yet. So I'm not, where are we gonna solve, you know, where are we gonna add to this? Yeah.
All right, so right now, from what we've done, we're at negative 70,000, right? We're still looking at,
Yeah, she just fixed it. Yeah.
Let's let it
Just
Sorry.
double check.
play out, yep.
Correct something there.
Okay.
Yes, where we are right now, it's still -7.
Negative 70,678. Okay. Ms. Schmidt said earlier, and she's right, there's a number of things that you can go back and look. We've been pretty conservative with the numbers on here and try to find some more cost savings in certain areas. Could I ask, if we were to leave it as is, does that give a, with the understanding we're gonna come back, hopefully you're gonna bring some more cost savings, that's gonna get us to that 0, which, Mr. Hicks, that if we get this to 0, does that still give us our 500,000 rollover, right? Approximately. Okay.
Plus we dropped that.
Right, plus we dropped the, all right, so would this be enough for administration to go ahead? And I know we have a meeting scheduled for Wednesday to approve contracts, right? Or to send out contracts. Would this get you what you needed for us to have, you guys have what you need for that meeting on Wednesday? And then,
I believe so. If anyone else can chime in, I think so. Just the permanent guest teachers that are blue there. But we had talked about reading interventionists, instructional coaches. The board's kind of given some direction. Now we haven't had a vote on that. We haven't had public comment, but I think we could. I'm just trying to think through some of the other positions.
My concern is that, most of our budget is salaries, right? So if we lock ourselves into issuing contracts, it's really hard to find additional money, I think, significant. In my opinion, we should be having another 500,000. That's my personal opinion, that would give us $1 million potentially in carryover, but also preventing us from if things come up and we need more money. $500,000 is just, you have to think in FY23 we had like 3.6 million in carryover, and in 2 years we're down to 500,000. So it just, to Mr. Hicks' point, there are a lot of eyes on governing boards and managing the budget. And if we don't set ourselves up for a buffer, and if we don't make some additional cuts tonight, and we offer all these contracts, there's really not that much for them to find, because so much of our money is tied up in salaries. I want to say as much as 80%.
Yeah, I think it's something close to that, yeah.
yeah, I think it was 85%, Mr. Hicks said earlier, right? Which is correct, but what we're looking at, administration going and trying to find more, isn't necessarily tied to salaries. It's tied to other things, typically. And then, Mr. Hicks, correct me if I'm wrong, but earlier you said, there's not just the capital, right? There's M&O, there's capital, there's a number of other pools of resources that we could use. The 500,000 is our buffer for the M&O, but there's also available money in other pools that if we needed to, we could tap into for emergency uses. So, I'm not saying previous governing boards or administrations did this, but if you really wanted, like Mr. Hicks said earlier, if we really want to make it look good, we can just have them pull $2 million from other places and say that's our carryover. That's not what we're doing. We have that still available to us out there, but this is getting us pretty close to net zero. We're not there yet, right? With a $500,000 roughly carryover, with the anticipation we're only going to have 50 ADM for next year. So I think that this is pretty safe, knowing that we're not just at that 500,000 carryover. There's other areas that we could use if we needed to in emergency situations. I don't want it to make it look like we're just throwing money around, but I also don't want it to look like we're in such dire straits. I don't think we are. I think we did a lot of good work tonight, and I know that there was a lot of compromise between us, just kind of figuring out what we needed to do. And it's hard. None of this is easy, but I think we're in a pretty good position. And correct me if I'm wrong, you're the consultant, the expert.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, we've been at this for 4.5 hours, and we are gonna allow the public to kind of, not many are here at this point, but those that want to give public comment about what we've discussed, and maybe they will have some other idea, because this isn't an action item, and give us, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and listen to public comment, and then, before we potentially have a vote, we can continue the discussion after public comment. Would that be agreeable?
Can we go back to this attachment though? After
Yes.
If we move agenda items?
Well, after the public comment, there is an item
It's
where you
it's an
guys can
action
go
item.
and
But these
change
aren't-
some
But
things.
this isn't part of it.
2.7.
No, 2.7 it is.
It's the.
Yeah, it is.
It's on the attachment.
It's not an attachment.
Exactly, so, but can we pull up this,
Yeah.
even though it's a different agenda item attachment underneath another agenda item?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
because it's about the proposed prioritization, and 2.4 is only a discussion item, it is not an action item, what we're in currently. We can. Okay, so, sorry, guys, I gotta find my. Oh, here, sorry. Okay, I just want to be clear for the public, we're going to take a motion for a recess, but you do have the opportunity to turn in the orange forms for public comment during the recess for this particular meeting. Okay, so with that, I'll take, we'll move on to 2.5, a possible action to convene a recess of 10 minutes. I'll take a motion.
I motion to convene a recess.
I'll second.
Okay, we'll call for the vote. Mr. Kenyon?
Aye.
Ms. Schmidt?
Aye.
Mr. Svenzioni?
Aye.
I'm also an aye, and we'll show that we are in recess till 10:10. It is now 10:10, so we will show that the meeting is back in session. We will move on to item 2.6, which is public comment. Just as a reminder, you will have 3 minutes to speak. They are going to be able to pull us up for us today. I'll go ahead and call the first name, Vicki Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Vicki Johnson. I'm a former parent, veteran teacher, and president of the Liberty Education Association. With all due respect to Mr. Hicks, I understand that damage has been done and we need to be solutions-oriented. However, morale is hugely affected by the lack of transparency and not recognizing the cause of our problems. The elephant in the room must be acknowledged in order to have any semblance of confidence in Dr. Monroe holding a hard line in any more financial decisions this year. To suggest that staff needs to feel the pressure in order to have urgency to solve a problem we did not create is insulting. The public work session was not advertised in a way that generated much parent turnout. The attendees were mostly staff, and yet by and large the ideas generated there are not included in their proposal. To summarize, we didn't create the mess, but we should stress about solving it. We come to give input and yet our words fall on deaf ears. To improve morale and get teachers to sign contracts, you might consider listening to our words. Also, in looking at student numbers, I was talking to a community member yesterday who said they pulled their 3 kids from our district in the fall due to our situation now to go to a charter school. That makes me wonder how many more students we've lost to charters, and with all of this, how many more might choose not to return. That is a concern. Regarding the sports fees, please consider that not all families in the district are in the same income bracket as you. Especially for athletic students that play multiple sports, this could be prohibitive. Okay? To be honest, as a single mom with very athletic sons, I would have struggled to pay for more than 1 sport. Perhaps you consider capping the fee at 2 sports, have a maximum fee, and then allow the students to play subsequent sports in the year might be a reasonable concession to that. I would just caution you not to create a possibly discriminatory situation. Okay? Also, regarding the permanent guest teachers, just for your clarification, I'm not sure if you're aware, they are used as floating subs on IEP days. So if I have an IEP meeting during the school day, the sub comes into my room for an hour, covers my class, and then moves on to another classroom all through the day. So with the extended school day and the shorter week, it's harder to stay after or come early for IEPs. So we have IEPs all during the school day. And so that's a big part of what those floating subs are used for. That is critical for the servicing and staying within compliance for our IEP kids. Okay? I need to say this is my 23rd year in Liberty, and I love this district. What has been done the last couple of years is shameful. Vice President Zimmerman and Mrs. Schmidt, thank you for your tenacity in asking the hard questions, and I hope that with your leadership we can recover from this debacle. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ashley Wright.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Wright. I'm a parent volunteer at Estrella Mountain. Usually I have something prepared tonight. It's a little bit off the cuff. I would like to state to Board Member Kenyon's comment earlier that trusting the leadership that you put over here is what caused this. Teachers shouldn't be responsible for cleaning up the mess. The teachers have been waiting, trying to figure out, we're in a situation now where teachers are being weighed upon each other on who gets to stay and who gets to go, who's more important, who's more valuable. That shouldn't be a position that a teacher should ever be in. And I definitely want to speak to our guest teacher, Mrs. Spani. She's amazing. I'm literally at Estrella all day, every day almost, volunteering, but she picks up something every day. And we are at a school, thankfully, we don't have a lot of trouble getting subs, but she's still busy from beginning to end, constant duties, whatever she needs to do, IEP meetings all day, she is in and out, and highly appreciated by the staff, and especially Ms. Boris, I know. Also, reading interventionists, they're invaluable. We have a number of people that volunteer with our reading interventionists, so we can spread her wonderful program to more students, and it really is increasing our reading across all grade levels actually this year. We were able to bring in 6th, 7th, and 8th when typically we focus on K through 3. I would love not to open Loretta Zumbro, as an option, because I think it's imperative that we don't have enough teachers as it is, and if we don't support those teachers that we do have, they're going to find somewhere else to go. They're already looking right now. I mean, they still have time, and it's taking forever to figure this out. This should have started months ago with the budget review and figuring out what we were going to do, but now we're left in limbo because nobody did it. That's all. Protect our teachers and our students. That's just all I'm asking.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bailey Roscoe.
Okay, I'm short here. Okay. I want to preface and say it's been said that we often get so boiled down in getting he said, she said type of thing. And so thank you all for doing all of the hard work tonight. We came to some agreements, I don't think, and heard things we normally wouldn't think we hear from some of the people. I want to also go on to say that Fort Monroe, thank you for offering to suggest to give up your bonus, but that's also a little too late at this point. You should have brought this to the attention of the board a long time ago that we were in this situation first and not allowed it to happen either by bringing what has been brought up to their attention that, we're over in some of these areas on our budget. For suggestions, I want to say to what Vicki just said, I'm considering pulling my son next year. Thankfully, my daughter's already moving on. So you will lose one from me if some of these things are cut tonight, because he is in sped. So this matters to me. A suggestion too, you guys mentioned removing Lomas over keeping him. I get what you guys are saying about that. Yes, we need those protections in place and we have to meet those deadlines. So maybe have multiple personnel transport to a few locations or just the district. That adds some oversight and gives us a little balance of knowing that no one person is taking money, or if somebody gets robbed or a car accident happens, whatever those situations may be, but then also we're still utilizing Loomis and covering ourselves there. Though I have similar suggestions like that in a bunch of areas, but again, we didn't get listened to and it wasn't broadcast enough for us to know to be at that work study session, or people are been going very sick lately, so that was a short notice thing. And then also, what about reducing some other new positions that just came across the board in the last few months? Why are we making all these new positions or splitting positions and giving those positions to new people, paying full salaries on those? Can't we move those around to give some of those duties to other people, or make it a partial position? Then I want to go back to say also to Mr. Hicks, thank you so much for the work you're doing. You're doing this for free. You didn't have to be doing this, and it's a lot, and it's bad. So I definitely want to touch on that as well. But I want to go back to some of my stuff I had previously written. Our teachers and our schools are already feeling this in the classroom, and it's impacting them a lot. And we haven't had any answers as to why this even happened in the first place. We haven't had any apologies from previous board members and other people that put us in this position. We haven't had any accountability. If we did that to our children, we don't.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Jensen.
Hello, my name is Paul Jensen, a parent in the district. Just a couple of things. First, one of the big changes between the budget now for next year and the ones before is that we really weren't managing it and looking at it close enough. As you guys get your monthly reports, you'll have a lot more confidence. And so to worry that we're going to be over by $5 million with eyes on it, it's not going to happen. A couple of other ideas. Gifted education, not sure what that's going to be like. Is there any possibilities to change that to save anything? Another one, can we share maintenance staff with other small districts? So, all right, if we can't have a plumber and electrician, can we split with Buckeye Union or some other districts, or get a day here or there? there's a lot of conservative still baked into the budget, especially with the electric buses. I really think there's a lot more that can be there. And so get more information on that. I think there's a significant amount of savings that can be done. And when you're looking at hitting the kids from some of these final cuts that you're looking at, I think you're at a point where you can go back and we're not completely done. You still have more time before we get the budget set. But ask to have that looked at, as well as the electric savings from Verigy. I know it's a wash, but which fund is it coming from? Capital, maintenance? Get more information on that. The district said they could give you $50,000 in one-time purchases. Take them at their word and say, all right, sounds good, give it to us. They can do that. A couple of other things, the juice box, make sure that you have the clarification of go get that information and come back, because I'm not sure the district clearly knew that you wanted to cut that or get that information. So make sure that you're clear on give us the information, because if you can get out of that, we want to get out of that. Guest teachers, it's a big number on there, but it's not that big when it actually hits the budget, because you're going to have to replace with subs. So don't get stuck on that $350,000. Realistically, it's more like 50, 75. But those guest teachers are, I think, very good. My opinion on Loretta Zumbro, we've come this far, let's do it. When we opened up Las Brisas, I think we opened it too soon, but we did see a big jump in enrollment that next year as we opened that. So I know it's a pain. I think the thing that you need to go to the district and say, all right, they had initially said $500,000. What can you do to trim that number down? So let's open it, but not with a planned 500,000. How low can we get that number? And then as we're going through, we've still got to fill a lot of these vacant positions, and we're not going to get them all filled. So part of that's going to be some savings from not filling positions that we want filled, but they're not going to be filled. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Megan Kinnan. Okay, close.
My name's Megan Kinnan. I reside in district. I do have one current student, 2 former students, and I am an employee of this district. I've previously spoken just as a parent. I would like to speak though tonight. I think I would like you guys to reconsider the step-up program for the hourly employees. Those are boots on the ground employees. Those are our bus aides, transportation, paraprofessionals, support staff in the district office. We're offering teachers still some incentives to stay, and one of those things would be the step up in years of experience for those of us that have boots on the ground and are making an impact in other ways, and that are just as important to keep them, and that's something that's important to them. I don't think maybe reconsidering admin, maybe not step-ups for administration levels for years of experience. And I know there's been some questions about Loomis. I agree, I think we can save some money with Loomis. I think we could get the schools to package the Loomis in inter-office, courier it to the district office, and have one pickup location. That would save us a lot of money. Those are some things we've looked into in those things. So I definitely agree with some of those savings that we have discussed. But yeah, I think some of my biggest one was the step-up program, is to really look into that and see if it's really something that we want to put a freeze on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we will move on to item 2.7, which is the discussion consideration of the proposed prioritization of fiscal year 26 maintenance and operation budget interests. Dr. Monroe.
All right, so now that we've heard some public comment, we'll have Crystal pull back up the list. There is some work for admin to do. However, this item was added to the agenda with the thought, if the board was comfortable on voting on budget prioritization, which we've done some tonight, that the board could do so as an action item. We can also, Mr. Sancioni, again, this doesn't mean we can't discuss or add things or remove things, But the idea would be to, if the board can come to a comfort level, then we can have a meeting on Wednesday. We have to be able to give 24-hour notice with open meeting law to approve the rest of the work agreements that would be given out, so staff feels assured that they have a job for next year. So with that being said, I'll turn it back over to the board to discuss more, to make a motion, now that we've heard some more public comment. Like I said, I do know there's some things we're going to mine a little more and update this, so if that will help the board. But if there's anything else that the board wants to add or to talk about tonight, we can.
Okay, so, you know, I'm gonna take it back down, and if there are things that were, you know, surfaced in public comment or other things that you want us to look at again, you know, and I think, you know, we could make a motion tonight with what we've done, but also, you know, potentially include that we need to come back, you know, and continue to look at some other things. So, you know, I think there are some ways that we can go about it tonight, but Mr. Kinnan, did you want to start off with, you know, anything else kind of that surfaced or that you thought about in your recess?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I would like to know a little bit more about the step increases for the hourly staff and what, you know, how big of a number is that versus what we have listed here. So where is that going to put us? And if the board as a whole, I guess, or majority of the board wants to wait on that, does that put us in a bind then for Wednesday's meeting for those employees? Because we have to get these out. We got, you know.
Well, a few thoughts. You know, with the you know, with the teachers, issued the contracts to the teachers with an amount, and if that amount was to change, if it was to go higher, we would add an addendum. So I'm just thinking if we had to, could we follow the same course of action with work agreements and with other contracts? Clyde and Stephanie, if we issued something and then later on the board decided to increase maybe a classified salary, we could issue an addendum?
In previous years, we haven't done the hourly staff until around April anyway, so we could do that.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
So you mean not do the certified on Wednesday, wait a little longer?
No,
or-
just the hourly.
Oh, okay.
so
Sorry.
yeah, that's what I
Hourly.
was gonna
I'm
say,
sorry.
is if we held off on the hourly, you know, and I did look at when we issued previous contracts, and it was in April last year, so I don't necessarily think that would concern them, but
No, but we would want to give them reason why, you know, just say, we're going to do it, but here's why. You know, even though they're used to April, I would just like to just send an email and say why.
Yeah, I mean,
if you'd like to.
I don't know
do
that
that.
the board is gonna go one way or another on this.
Right.
I just would like to see the numbers.
Yep,
So,
I think that, oh.
you already have
That's
them?
the number, yeah.
Wow, you're
you're
pretty
awesome.
quick there, Mr.
I do
Crystal.
have the number for hourly support staff only. It'd be right around 128,000. So we could reduce this 180 for salaries and benefits of just hourly support staff getting their step increases.
All right, yes, that's a lot more than I anticipated it was gonna be.
Majority of it is hourly support staff. There's not that many members of exempt or administration that get a step increase every year.
Okay.
The hourly support staff positions. So that would be, like Megan mentioned, our bus drivers, our bus aides, food service, secretaries, parapros, department staff members. It's quite a few groups of people. Who am I forgetting? Oh yeah, custodians,
Yeah.
nurses, library. It was 180 prior. That included other exempt staff and administrators.
Okay. Yeah, I was anticipating it was gonna be a little bit smaller, so it wasn't so much as a hurt. I mean, with what we're at right now, I don't know that I understand the concern, I really do. And it's gonna be hard, but right now, I personally, I think we have to leave it.
Was there anything else that, okay. Ms. Schmidt?
One of the things that was brought up was, is it possible to open Loretta Zumbro, but for less? Can we look at that? And I would really like to see the 500,000 that was mentioned by Mr. Bolden previously, like what that is broken down into and where that money is all going, and see if we can trim something off there. And then I think that's already up there, but just to clarify that we are looking into Juice Box and getting out of that contract and seeing if there's penalty on that or how much can be saved there. Yeah, and then the Loomis savings, if we could put a note on there too, that would be, yeah, but just actually make the note about maybe just having the one pickup at the district office, just so we know what we're actually looking at as like the reduction in cost, to see if that would help. Just a specific note, because I don't think we really specified that as an option, so thank you.
Mr. Swansoni?
Yeah, can you scroll down so you see the stuff we took off already?
Yeah.
Okay. There wasn't a lot that we already
didn't
thinking
save a
about
lot.
throwing back on. I know. Hey, one question I had when they were talking about the guest speakers and like covering for IEP meetings and stuff. Thank you. Teachers. It's long, it's night. Is that part of like the class coverage? So does that include when teachers are called into IEP meetings and stuff like that and somebody has to come in? Is that stuff the guest teachers are covering? So is it showing us paying that and what the guest teachers are doing?
They don't.
Yeah, Stephanie. Yeah.
If the guest teacher's coming in to cover, then another teacher's not getting paid to cover because the guest teacher is doing it already. But they wouldn't be getting also class coverage because that is what they're doing. That would be my understanding.
Can you explain class coverage?
Class coverage is a couple different things. Class coverage can be when there's no sub and a teacher's gone, so another teacher might have to come in and cover, or kids are split between two different teachers, which is generally what happens, or kids are split between 3 different teachers, which don't often happen, but what happens the most are kids are split between 2 different teachers if one teacher from the team is gone. That's what happens the most.
Okay. And then, sorry to keep everybody here, but go back up a little bit so we can see where we're at. All right. So is it our plan to figure out these last 2 things before we go home? Because I kind of hate the fact that they're just hanging out. Like, are we kind of pausing on the permanent guest teacher numbers? Is that what we're doing tonight? Like,
From what I hear, and it's not that I didn't hear it before, so I just, I want to be clear that they feel very, very important. And so I'm okay moving them down, and I'm okay with pausing for tonight and approving what we've done with the understanding that we still have to come back, right? That this isn't enough. Not just the 70,000, but I really think we need to create ourselves some buffer. And so, that is my, concern. I mean, some of the things that, that were brought up in public comment that I actually had that I kind of forgot to mention was gifted. And, we could provide gifted education through the gifted cluster model and not have the MAG program. I know people like it, but it's not a requirement. It services a very small part of our population. Gifted is about 4%, and probably in the MAG program is probably 1%. You know, could we also, you know, not screen everybody in kindergarten for gifted, because there's not a lot of research from what I've seen to support finding gifted in kindergarten, and if we're not putting them in a self-contained classroom or even a gifted cluster model till 2nd or 3rd grade, I don't know that we need to screen them then. And I also think we need to look at, I think we could look at that stipend, because last year we gave a really large stipend to the gifted teachers, and they really aren't self-contained. They are only teaching math and ELA. They're not teaching social studies, they're not teaching science, they're not teaching champs, they're all going out. So it's not a self-contained classroom, so I'm not sure that we should be offering, you know, a larger self-contained stipend than we are our special education, or writing IEPs and dealing with a lot more. So I would like to explore that potential. And, you know, if you scroll down to the one-time funds, that 50,000, you know, again, I feel like if we put that into the savings, then it's just almost like we're having to create the buffer. So I have a hard time with it. I mean, I'm hoping that maybe the juice box thing could, you know, work out, but I really, you know, I hear what people are saying about the step increases for our hourly, and I do not disagree, but with Mr. Kenyon, I was hoping that that number was going to be smaller than it is, and I'm grateful that you were able to figure it quickly for us. I just don't know where we're gonna find that money, if I'm being honest, if we're keeping 7 guest teachers and we're opening Loretta. I don't know where we're gonna find it. I mean, you know, I would welcome the administration to come back and find other ways, but again, I feel like that's a position, right? That's a director position. And are we gonna be able, you know, if we, issue contracts, I don't know.
At this point, I'm with you. I think what we did here tonight, we did a lot of work in 4 hours, and you know, I think that we've heard a lot of good things from each other, from the public, and I'm okay with approving it as is, with the understanding that administration is going to work on some of those areas that we've mentioned, come back to us with what we're going to hope it's going to be some significant savings. But as for moving this forward and getting the contracts out to the staff so that they can, you know, have that, and hopefully we can lock them in for next year and start making sure we have everything covered, I think that we're in a much, much better position now 4 hours later than we were at 5:30, so.
Do we want to just move that guest teacher down? Like, just
take it out.
Yeah, I think anything we haven't agreed on, these prices we moved on for right now.
I mean, just with the understanding that, you know, if we move the guest teachers down tonight, we're gonna issue those contracts, correct? Potentially. If we move those guest teachers down, we're issuing those contracts, potentially.
They get a work agreement, right?
But still, we're issuing.
Yeah, in essence, it's a contract.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if we're moving it down, then we're kind of leaving it, I feel like, which.
We're committed.
We're committed, that's the right word.
Well, and we have a pretty good list of things where we just need to sharpen the pencil too, and see what we bring back to the board. So we'll review the minutes and see some of these other areas, Chris, or, you know, the board members like you guys are asking about, and see what some of these additional savings are, memberships, consultants, you know, things like that.
Madam Vice President, can I say a few things? Because I think I've heard a couple times how we're going to make sure these cuts happen, say the marketing budget. And I don't know if we use budget control groups. We do or don't? So when we make budget cuts and we can reduce their budget, we wrap their budget control group that they will not allow to be overspending. So if we're going to subtract $30,000 from a marketing budget, we can go right in. It's a 65-45, look at it, see what the department it's in and a DAC, and just reduce their budget by $30,000. That's how we know we get the savings without monitoring every single purchase that goes through. Similar, I think I heard, there was a few good ideas coming from from the public comment. The $50,000, if we know exactly where those purchases are, we just reduce their budget by the 50, wrap it in a budget control group, and lock in the savings. So some of it can be done very easy. I will make a few calls to both Buckeye schools on shared services. That's a great idea. When I was in Littleton, we actually provided services to Union Elementary, and it was a win-win. We got money to hire a staff, and they saved about $60,000 on their HVAC services. So I think that's a great idea. I know you'll look at the armored car. We talked about that a little bit earlier too. I'll let you guys talk about the gifted, but I still think we need to also follow up, not just on the things we said here, but we heard some good ideas in public comment that we'll also look into.
Okay, I think we're ready for a motion. If somebody wants to stab it.
You know, I think we can just give the motion as presented, correct? So,
Could we just add on that, we will revisit it, as presented?
With the understanding that we're going to revisit?
How do we word it?
What are you trying to?
I think we approve it. I think we can approve it as it is, as presented, and then when we get to the point where we revisit the areas that haven't been agreed on.
Ask the administration to report back.
Ask the administration to report back. Does that have to be in the motion?
I would include it.
Okay, so I'll try this. I'll make a motion to approve the proposed prioritization of fiscal year 2026 maintenance and operation budget interest as presented, and to have administration report back.
Report back regarding additional savings.
Regarding additional savings. There we go.
Minnie, did you get, Ms. Camerata, I apologize, did you get the motion? Okay.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Mr. Kenyon?
Aye.
Ms. Schmidt?
Aye.
Mr. Srencioni?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that approved 4-0. Go ahead and go on to 3.1, upcoming board meetings. This is just to allow us to have the discussion if we are able to attend a quick board meeting on Wednesday to issue the rest of the contracts that we didn't issue. And then these are just kind of the work sessions for the policies that we had originally, that had been kind of talked about. Just wanted it like in one place for us to have the opportunity if something had changed. And then that June meeting, we had talked about potentially moving it later to be able to do the performance review and evaluation after we had the data. So rather than trying to have two meetings, if we were comfortable moving that meeting later in June, I just don't know what everybody's summer schedule. So those were kind of the things just to surface. So
I was hoping for that, and Mrs. Zimmerman, Vice President Zimmerman and I'm sorry, I'm tongue-tied, it's late. We're talking about this. I was hoping, I don't know what your schedules are like, that movie, we originally talked about June 17th, but if you guys were around June 10th, if we could move the meeting to, instead of June the 3rd, the June 10th, that would really help me, but I don't know what your guys' travel schedules are in June. The other dates, I don't.
Oh, you don't know? Okay.
The other dates, again, we may not need all of these, but we wanted to find time to get through chapter 4 and 5, to have a second read, a potentially third read. Mrs. Castellanos will probably follow up with each one of you individually to make sure we get everything in the policies. But I did want to ask if the board is available June 10th instead of June 17th, which is kind of what we talked about. But
Yeah, I was, the reason I had June 17th was just to try to allow more time for the data to come in. So,
Yeah, I hope the data comes in, and hopefully it will, you know, but.
I mean, based on the information that you provided earlier that you're willing to forgo, then I still think we can still have the evaluation, but I'm not going to feel as tied to that data personally if we're not awarding performance pay in that.
And I would like that. I want to continue to get feedback from the board and have an evaluation. I still want to look at the goals and evaluate whether there's any monetary things tied to it or not. My ask would just be, are you guys around to do it on June the 10th instead of June the 17th?
I could be either way, so June the 10th is fine for me.
Schmidt?
Oh,
yeah,
sorry. That should be fine.
As of right now, yeah.
Okay. I'm okay right now. Are we okay for Wednesday? Just a quick,
What time on Wednesday?
I think,
you tell me.
well, Ms. Schmidt, what time works for you? I'm pretty tied up Wednesday evenings, but it's
Okay.
usually later in the evening, so.
I currently have an appointment at 5:30, so I just need to know if I have to move it.
Oh, so if we did it at 4:30?
I could do it earlier, or I could do it later, but like 5:30, I actually have something.
As long as it's a quick meeting, and it sounds like it could be, I think 4:30 would work for me.
Okay.
I don't know about the rest of the
I
board.
can do 4:30.
I'm sure I could do PTO it or something.
Okay.
4:30?
Sounds like it.
Does that work for administration?
Yeah, we'll make it work. I don't know off the top of my head, but we'll make it work. 4:30.
I mean, we could do Thursday. I'm not sure that, one day, as long as we're issuing them this week, if Thursday is a better day. I don't think we have to, doesn't have to be this day. This is a discussion. So,
I'm okay with just getting it done on Wednesday.
okay. All right. I think we're going to leave it on Wednesday. Okay. Any other discussion about the study sessions for policy or anything? Okay. All right. We will show that the meeting is adjourned at, just making sure there isn't a, yeah, 4.1, adjourn of the special meeting at 10:47.